What's up, dudes? You doing my suggestion from Sunday? What's that? What's the suggestion? I'm down to lurk and listen to y'all yapping. Hi, everyone. Hello, Carol. Yeah. What does this remind me of? I mean, this is disco vaporwave, but it kind of reminds me of, there was like a term for it. I think we found it like years ago. I don't even know how you want to describe this music, honestly. It's definitely 70s. It definitely feels a little like fantasy-esque. Animal Crossing. What was the best thing you ate today? I had an omelet with cottage cheese and strawberries, and what was that? Oatmeal earlier, and then recently or tonight I had like chicken stir fry with rice. It's pretty freaking good. Hey Joel, do you ever take a pre-workout or just eat pre-workout meal? I usually drink like a Bang Energy, or not a Bang Energy, but like the Rain Energy drinks. Those are some of my favorite. Oh, this is Pokemon for sure. If there's a song in Animal Crossing, I'm impressed by Nintendo. The remix. Anyways, what are you guys up to? How's your days? Your whole day? What did you do all day? Simone Archibald, welcome back for 10 months. G'day, Butterstock. Send your girl some love. Stuck in a hospital. Thanks for Let's Read. Yeah, dang, I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, it's Joni. What's up, Joni? What's up, Joel? Looking forward to putting me to sleep. I got you, bro. Hopefully I don't start screaming. What's up, Brianna? And Mystery. I guess that's literally what that says, isn't it? I've been reading it wrong the whole time. I legit think I binge your entire channel, mostly play games. How about you? Nice, dude. What games you play? You know what game I've been playing that I really enjoy is that Bionic Bay. I'm like finally making my way through the entirety of Bionic Bay, and it's such a good one. I'm gonna skip this. I feel like it doesn't vibe well with my like line of thinking. It's a bit distracting. Did you only play the demo before? I think I only made it through a short portion of it and finally got back to it, but honestly, it's just so enjoyable. There's so many like random little things, and it reminds me so much of like some of those like Flash games, and like the way that the level design is like thrown together. It just like feels like an amalgamation of like a bunch of shit, but it's very vast and cool, you know, and it just works. Been having a bunch of dental work done, and I found I'd start over with another dentist at least one more month, so I'm pouting. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Start all over. That's crazy. Wonder how they could make that mistake. Oh wait, this is Vaporwave. Here we go. Something faster. Trying to get better at Mario Kart, practicing against computers, not that fun. Doesn't Nintendo have like an online thing of sorts? What's up, Mallory? What's up, fellow intellectuals? Isn't it kind of weird, like, our brains just kind of are what they are? Like, we're only ever going to get as smart as we are, really. Now, granted, we can learn a bunch of different things, I guess, but the speed at which we learn them is just always going to be like, I don't know. It's going to be one big boomba clot. When's Little Nightmares 3 out? I think it's out in 9 days. But I am very much looking forward to it. They do have online for Mario Kart, but I just suck so much. I'm a beginner. Losing to real experts would be even less fun. I agree, yeah. You might as well ease your way into it. Actually enjoy the game a little bit. A wee bit. Oh, you're a Boards of Canada fan? That's pretty sick. Do you dress Pretty Pup for Hallows Eve? I should. Get him his little nurse outfit. How does one properly fold socks? Well, I guess inside the bag. Oh yeah, Nay. I'm a big Boards of Canada fan. I don't have the whole once you learn, do it 3 times, you never forget. I need to do things a ton to actually learn things, sadly. No, there's nothing sad about it. It's just... But the thing is like, imagine you do it so much, eventually it becomes, like, it just clicks and you become, like, a computer level, like, efficient with it. And that's fine, you know? That's the unfortunate thing about, like, school is, like, sometimes you, like, actually wonder, how far could I have made it in, like, math class? How far could I have made it in physics or some of the AP courses if I just, like, you know, had another opportunity, I guess, or like a little bit more time. Because, like, once it's in your fucking head, nobody really cares how you learned it or how fast you learned it. You know what I'm saying? Forgot it's Wednesday. It is Wednesday, isn't it? I didn't skip a day. Yeah, we Gucci. Wednesday. It's unfortunate that YouTube doesn't really notify anybody. I mean, that's, I guess, what having my Instagram, letsread.official. Should notify people in my story, but it is what it is. How was my weekend? My weekend, I think we're well past the weekend, but it was good. It was a good weekend. Flew by quite fast. We're already on hump day. The gym was dead today, though. I went in there. I guess people take off on their Wednesdays. I feel like that's what's happened to me when I was playing the new Shinobi. I died so many times on a certain challenge that my brain wired perfectly how to do the lead up to each bit. Yeah, it's pretty satisfying, though. Like, once you find that flow, you just kind of have to be one of those people that, like, are comfortable not getting it figured out in a short period of time, which I'd struggle with that for sure. So the suggestion you gave me Sunday was to rebuild the Hawaii Warriors in College Football 26. Oh, nice. How'd that go? What do you think of the shutdown? I don't know, dude. I literally don't know what to make of it at all. Let's see. We should talk about it. Let's get political, guys. Let's get nuts. What do you think of the situation? From Jersey Shore. What's the implication of a gov shutdown? Let's get lasers. So far, it's hard. I'm playing against LSU. Oh, dang, that's tough. You do not care. Okay, perfect. All right. Many federal employees are furloughed, sent home without pay, while essential workers like air traffic controllers, border patrol, and military still work but may not get paid until funding is restored. Agencies that rely on annual appropriations close or scale back. National parks, museums, and many offices shut down. Services like passport processing, visa applications, and some tax-related operations slow or halt. I guess I could see that being an issue. But I do hear federal employees get back pay eventually when they open back up. Programs like Social Security and Medicaid keep running since they have permanent funding, but services can be delayed. SNAP food stamps and WIC nutrition aid can be disrupted if shutdown drags on. Interesting. I mean, I'm sure they'll figure it out. We just have to send $10 trillion to Israel, and everything will be fine. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees miss paydays, affecting household spending. Federal contractors, janitors, security guards, small business providing services usually don't get back pay, so they often lose income permanently. Oh, that sucks. Janitors, security guards, small business providing services. Repeated shutdown threats or long shutdowns can shake business investor confidence, slow economic growth, and slightly raise government borrowing costs. GDP impact. A long shutdown reduces overall economic output. The Congressional Budget Office has estimated that each week of shutdown reduces GDP growth by billions. Interesting. And yet I still got to go into work at YouTube. Music is Math by Borders of Canada. Yeah, it's a great album. Yeah, we should get all our taxes back if they're not spending them. Give us all billions, please. I know. They still always get that, huh? Unacceptable. Let's overthrow the government and get rid of the two-party system. I don't know, man. You got to do it from the inside if you really want to take anything over. Because that same two-party system and then whatever military apparatus is above that has probably got all of that, I don't know, idea of, like, if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a coordination from the government to make revolutions occur just so that they can take control as it's happening. Oh, what's up, Hannah? Didn't see you there. And there's Fry and Lynn. What's up, my moderators? What did I hit in the gym? We did legs today. It was like kind of banged out a bunch of leg press and then got on the squat rack after a long time and then just did walking lunges and stuff. Not a big fan of the government. I don't know, it's always very strange. It's like nobody's ever a big fan, but then for some reason, like if you ask both sides, they're like, I don't like the government. But then at the same time, they're like so fucking gung-ho to have like one of their favorite person with the coolest haircut can fix it. I promise they'll fix it. Or maybe they just hate the other side so much, that's why they pick it. We need more moderate, sane people on both sides of the government that actually give a quap about the people. Yeah, I don't know if that's even possible, because, like, if there's operations like Epstein going on all over the place and, like, everybody's just, like, bought and paid for through lobbying groups, like, I don't think your government is even capable of caring about you, Maybe on, like, the local side, you might be able to get away with stuff. But even, like, foreign entities still get involved in local government as well if there's some sort of interest there. Cannot be a mod. I'm falling asleep all the time doing live. Oh, it's all good. Remember that big period where being a moderate was super dunked on and shamed? I mean, I think people are just kind of like over just irrationalism, you know what I mean? Just like not being pragmatic, not having, I mean, who the fuck wants to just like ostracize half of your family or half of your friends or all that shit? It's not fun, and it's, you're not cool for doing it. You're actually a fucking unfun, not cool person most of the time. I mean, what do you even gain from it? Like, what do you even gain from, like, being like, I don't talk to my brother anymore. I don't talk to my dad anymore. Cool. Sounds like your life sucks. Are you in the gym fighting the baddies over the hip thrust machine? Yeah, we both, I actually sit on top of them as they thrust me up. Oh, God. They'd launch me into the fucking ceiling. Stay cool, live my life, even though I'm from financial side to health relationship. It's not easy. Yeah, that's all you really want to do. Live your life, I hear Ted Cruz's Freudian slip the other day where he defended... No, I didn't hear it. Of course, Ted Cruz had some pretty disagreeable opinions where he's like, ever since I was a little boy, I've always thought about doing whatever the fuck Israel wants at all times. And then we're like, is the Israel in the Bible the same one that exists in the current day? And he's like, But no, I did not hear his Freudian slip. No, I want to look it up. I'm starting my first ever horror game jam today. My brain is fried. Oh, like creating a game? I wonder if anyone generally feels enriched because they cut someone off. They were told they had to. No, they just probably picked like the lowest hanging fruit, which is someone they never fucking spoke to anyways, and just kept on their Facebook so they could be mad at all times because they're actually addicted to being mad. But they don't realize it yet. Anyways. Be careful, Joel. You won't get into heaven. I know. We'll see what happens. Hopefully. Jesus Christ has got my back. The family equivalent of boycotting Call of Duty when you never played a COD game in the yeah, exactly. It's like same with like EA, you know, Saudi Arabia buys EA or whatever their investing arm. It's like, honestly, I don't really give a shit about Saudi Arabia. Like if they end up still making good games at EA, I'll play it. But you know I'm gonna get those brownie points, those good boy points by saying that I'm boycotting them because of some social reason. Who would win a civil war? Furries or weebs? Oh, dude, the fucking furries couldn't see shit out of their dumb mask. No, actually, I feel like they're probably out there training at the range right now. Yeah, but it totally matters who owns the huge megacorp you've been funding. Yeah, it's kind of weird hearing it, like everything being like centralized further and further. And I guess that's kind of like the future, right? Where people always say like late stage capitalism, but I'm just like, bro, I think we're just getting started. Like until you start hearing about like meteors having like a Pepsi logo on the side of it, you know what I mean? Eventually some sort of hologram that flutters in the back of its, you know, gases that fly off of it. That's the fucking future. When you look up in the stars at night, you're not going to see constellations anymore. You're going to see, it's going to spell out black rock, just ever so slightly. Am I very political? I mean, I guess objectively speaking, yes, but at the same time, I'm also pretty black-pilled in the sense that I realize that, like, what the fuck is the point? Like, I just want my friends and family to be happy, and I take care of my people, and I do my best, and I'm, you know, I realize we're caught in a fucking Hegelian dialectic right now that's just kind of carries us along, and all you can really do is control yourself. So I'm trying my best to be as decent as I can. Would you provide a litter box for your furry employees? Pradeep's got one. He's my in-house furry. Alright. Anyways. We got small town stories. You're up 22-21. What are you playing? Stories from a small town. We were being separated into tribes, and that's why the Native American got to be united. Yeah, it is interesting. Imagine, because, I mean, that's one of the longest ongoing wars in the United States, right? Was the Native American Wars for like 400 years, but, you know, there's no unification between them, so it makes sense why it would be, I guess, eventually defeated, or at least ostracized to certain areas. I will eat Black Rock's rocks. Yeah, suck them down. Advanced PP. What's up, Ryan? Ward. All right. The worst day of my life was a Sunday, and it happened in a little town called Windsor, out on the Carolina coast. Now back then, Windsor was home to less than 2,000 people and was your average backwoods North Carolina town. We had a grocery store, a gas station, a Bojangles, and the peanut factory. And then aside from a few churches and chapels that surrounded the town, that was pretty much it. It was quiet and neighborly. Murder wasn't a word that you heard spoken around Windsor, and you only ever heard it on the radio or on television. But then came that night in 1993, when all that evil stepped out of the TV and took a walk around town. It was the evening of June 6th, and I was down at the Bertie County Sheriff's Office about a mile south of town. The Bertie County... Alright, am I saying these places? Windsor and other Native Americans have stolen from the Brits. We stole it. It's ours now, buddy. I think my hometown doesn't even count as a town. It's like 800 people. Nice. Did you still live there? I feel like that would be... I mean, that's got to be so tough for those like really small towns. Like, I understand why people get into drugs, because what else are you supposed to do in a town of nobody there? If my girlfriend projectile vomited blood on me, what would be my protocol? I would say, sweetheart, this doesn't make up for the fact that the roast is still burnt. Alright, am I saying Windsor right? Just want to make sure. Windsor's correct. Okay, cool. Windsor. Oopsies. And then, oh my god. I opened up my window, it was like black. I was like, oh crap. Some unknown glitch has occurred. Also, sorry, what was the other one? Birdie. I'll make sure I'm saying Birdie correct. Otherwise, the people from Birdie will find my home and eviscerate me. Bertie, okay, cool. What's up, Sass? Doom, 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 doo, 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 doo. It was the evening of June 6th, and I was down at the Bertie County Sheriff's Office about a mile south of town. The Bertie County Jail is down there too, and after collecting some paperwork from one of the deputies over there, I was sitting at my desk just quietly filling it out when we suddenly heard dispatch over our radios. It was the quietest day of the week, so I don't think anyone was expecting anything more than a civil dispute or a minor accident. So when we heard the codes for a man with a gun or multiple deaths, there was this split second where I was convinced that there had been some kind of mistake. But when I saw my fellow deputies running out of the office and towards their cars, I knew that there was no mistake. It was real. I followed the other deputies out into the parking lot, jumped into my cruiser, and then we sped off into a rough convoy towards the below. Boom, 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 boo-doo-doo-doo. How many monitors do I use? I just have 2. Keeps it scrimple, but I feel like I should have a third, just, you know, something smaller, just like an attachment on the side. October's the best month. Oh yeah, it is spooky month, isn't it? Oh shit. Oh shit. It's a rat. I followed the other deputies out into the parking lot, jumped into my cruiser, and then we sped off in a rough convoy towards the grocery store on the north side of town. Now, this store is... Now, this grocery store was called Below. Now, that's a play on below, as in the prices here are below and it's rivaling... I don't really follow. As in the prices here be low. Oh, I see. They be low, don't they? Get one of those anime girl PC setups. I should, dude. Get one of the kitty ear headsets. That's what I got on right now. And me talking about normal things voice just sounds creepy as fuck. Thanks, dude. Thanks. Lynn, thank you for the gifter to Mystery. Bow, bow. You got attacked by a Doberman earlier. This is quickly heading towards... We were going to take the arm. Really? Your arm is infected? Holy shit. A Doberman? That sucks. Dobermans are usually real. I mean, I know they're guard dogs, but... I had a Doberman at one point. He was like such a sweet baby. He was a lap dog. And then he would like crawl under the blankets. He'd like paw at your neck to let him crawl under the blankets. And then just essentially suffocated in there on farts. Now, this grocery store is called Below, and it's a play on below. Oh, no, what am I doing? Now, this grocery store is called Below, as in a play on the words be low, as in the prices here be low, and a rival the local churches in terms of places folks could congregate and converse. And so, knowing the three deceased were most likely people I knew, maybe even friends of mine, that was already a tough pill to swallow during that rush towards the store. And when we arrived, the place was all closed and locked up since they closed early on Sundays, and we still had next to no idea what to expect. The 911 call that had come into dispatch was from a wounded survivor of whatever had happened, and with them being in so much pain, they couldn't go into too much detail. We only knew that there were bodies, a man with a gun, and survivors who desperately needed our help. The Below had these glass panel windows all the way along the front, so on the approach, you could see this long trail of blood going from the front to the back of the store. And after we bust in, we found all that blood belonged to a member of Below's cleaning crew who had crawled all the way from the back of the store with a gunshot wound. Shite. Spooky season content. We're here, baby. We're here. Next stream, I'll probably be reading some Halloween stories. Stories. Well, I played Ghost of Yotai. Is that like a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima? Because I didn't even play that one, but it looks great. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe I should just skip right to Yotai. Yotai. What's up, Pete? You're 28, 21. Who's playing right now? NFL games? NFL game. I don't see anybody playing right now, unless I'm missing it. Let's see. I don't even know. Joe, what's the best full body stretch? I'm so stiff. Full body stretch. I mean, I guess you could try and touch your toes, you know what I mean? Maybe you could like go into like a wide open stance, you know what I'm saying? Like a V, and then touch one side of the toes, touch the other, touch the middle, try to reach back, and then come up and kind of reach behind you. And then you can do some like, kind of like lunging, what are they called? Like reach for the sun type stretches where you like do a long, deep lunge and then reach up into the sky as far as you can. Can't touch your toes at all. Well, you can't now, but you will be able to once you do it, probably like 15 times. How was the latest Rapture? It was solid. Are you guys ready for the one on November? I forget what date we designated for that. What did I hit at the gym? Today at the gym was just legs. My normal trainer's gone, so now I've just had some other random trainer who's just kind of been doing... He's a little bit annoying, to be honest. I mean, I like him. I'm sure he's nice and shit, but like, he just doesn't... He just seemed really unprofessional coming in and being like, so like, what do they normally have you do? And it's like, the fucking programming should be in there, you know, but whatever. You just do a fucking thing and it doesn't even matter. But then he was also 15 minutes late on his like first day. And he like comes in, he's like, yeah, I went home to shower. It's like, oh, okay, sweet. That's cool. And then like towards the end of the one workout, he was like, all right, I'm going to go get my meal prep. You want to just like do biceps and triceps or something? It's just like, what the fuck? Okay, yeah, maybe I'll just work out by myself, you fucking Goomba. Which really wouldn't make much of a difference, but it's like I'm paying him for the hour. And he just like is late and then like leaves early. It's just like, what the fuck? Starbucks is laying off a ton of people. Oh wait, why is my chat? My chat's always like delayed. That's weird. I can see the one going, but then... I guess you just had to reset it. That's kind of strange. I spent a lot on personal trainer and regretted it. Same style of the guy. Yeah, I mean, like, whenever your personal trainer just seems like checked out, that's like the fucking worst. Because your personal trainer is supposed to be that person who's like, I'm from heaven, and everything's going to be perfect now. I'm your AI guide to getting jacked. I'm finally over the hit conk fiasco. Yeah, we figured it out. There was a lot of people arguing in the last video in the comments. Which, guys, I need you to be nice to each other. Okay. Where the hell was I? The Below had these. What's up, Sag? Okay, can I read? I don't even know how to read. The Below had these glass panel windows all the way along the front, so on the approach, you could see this long trail of blood going from the front to the back of the store. After we bust in, we found all that blood belonged to a member of Below's cleaning crew who'd crawled all the way from the back of the store with a gunshot. After we busted in, we found all that blood belonged to a member of Below's cleaning crew who'd crawled all the way from the back of the store with gunshot wounds so he could use the phone. Me and the other deputies spread out once we got inside, clearing the place from the aisle. Me and the other deputies spread out once we got inside, clearing the place from aisle to aisle to make sure no one was waiting to ambush us. And then once we got to the back of the store, we found 5 more people. 3 of them were dead, and another was badly wounded with stab wounds. But for some reason, the killer had left the 5th person, a member of the cleaning crew, completely unharmed. And there was no helping most of those that had been shot, but we did what we could for the survivors, and thankfully both of them made it through. But as EMS were working on getting the wounded airlifted to the hospital, we got to hear the whole story of what had happened from that one other member of the cleaning crew who got to walk away covered in blood, but without a scratch. And it was every bit as bad as we feared it was. Every Sunday, a cleaning crew used to stop by the Below to wax the floors and get them all shiny again for the next week. Some come closing. Have you seen Joyride from 2001? If so, can you say Candy Cane? I don't know if I know what you're talking about. Joyride. Why does that sound so familiar, though? Bend over to the front, touch your toes, get low, get low. That's the stretch of the day. What's up, Gabriella? How we doing? How's Pradeep? He's good. He's currently not here. Oh, he's over in his corner. Sometimes I think he's mad at me. I don't know how to get him unmad. Oh, Paul Walker was in Joyride, that's right. Is that when he died? Or was that way after? Anybody here ever have the candy bowl stolen? It happened last year. Teens are scumbags. That's so annoying. Yeah, they have no respect at all for the rules. Can't they see the sign? Have you watched the videos of Cody the Destroyer? The guy's crazy. No, what's that about? So come closing time at 6 p.m., and once his customers were gone, the store's manager let the crew inside and then locks the doors behind him. The crew starts shifting mats and getting their buffers ready when the last remaining store clerk sees a person she doesn't recognize step out from one of the aisles. She thinks it's a customer who failed to notice the store closing, but when she walks up to the guy and informs him it's after closing, he points a gun in her face. The cleaning crew are right at the front of the store at this point, and the guy moves on the clerk so quietly that they don't even notice what's going on. So as the gunman's forcing the clerk into the back office, they're completely none the wiser. And once he's in the office, the gunman orders the manager to hand over all the on-site cash. He hit at the exact right time, too, right at the end of the week, and we know that he made it out of there with a few $1,000s in cash along with a bunch of money orders totaling $3,000. But then, instead of just leaving after getting his hands on the cash, the gunman orders the manager to... Yeah, dude. Wait, is Fry's in here, right? Did your area get hit by an earthquake in the Philippines? It did. Holy shit. How bad was it? Is there going to be a tsunami or something? Or like, what's the deal? For some reason, trick-or-treaters don't come by our apartment building. It's weird, like, for some reason. Is it kind of just awkward? An earthquake. A girthquake. But then, instead of just leaving after getting his hands on the cash, the gunman orders the manager and clerk back onto the shop floor and then rounds up the cleaning crew too. I didn't see exactly what the victims were bound with, but I later heard it was dog leashes the gunman grabbed from one of the aisles. And then once he got all 6 of them at the back of the store, he ordered them to tie each other up at gunpoint. He tied the last person up himself, and our survivor was telling us how, once everyone was tied up, he thought that the ordeal was over. The guy had his money, he had everyone tied up so they couldn't call the cops right away, and he had no reason at all to do what he did next. But he went ahead and did it anyway, and this is where things started getting really, really messed up. The gunman starts stacking people up in their twos, ordering them to lie on top of each other, and then before anyone can figure out why, he says, "God forgive me for what I'm about to do," and then starts shooting into the stacks. He only got a couple of shots off before either his gun jammed or he ran out of ammunition, and then when he ran off, our survivor said that he thought it was over for a second time. But then seconds later, the gunman comes running back with a knife he'd grabbed from someplace, and he starts asking the survivor if they're going to tell the cops about him. Obviously, the survivor says no, and so does the man stacked on top of him, who he found out later was the survivor's own brother. Or who we found out. Okay. We're closing the Walgreens one night and the door was locked and we had to pull the registers, and a customer popped up and I thought, we're all going to die, but he left. Yeah, isn't it sad? Like, you're just like, oh, fuck. What candy do I give out? Apples. I give out the really, really thick caramel apples that when you bite into it, your teeth get ripped out when you try to disconnect them. What's the meaning behind wart, wart, wart? It's a line from Halo. Wart, wart, wart. I forget what it is backward. It's like basically one of the Covenant say that. Akko taco. Ooga booga. Oh, it's go, go, go from Sergeant Johnson. That's right. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Go, go, go. Wart, wart, wart. Obviously, the survivor says no, and so does the man stacked on top of him, who we later found out was the survivor's own brother. But as they're trying to convince the guy that they won't tell us cops about him, he flips out and starts stabbing the brother on top with the knife he'd found. He cut the guy's throat from ear to ear and then kept on stabbing him in the back till the knife blade broke off inside of him. Our survivor claims he then asked him for a second time if he'd identify him to the cops if given the chance, and then when he says no again, the gunman walks out with the money and leaves the last man alive. Our survivor said he was convinced that the guy would come back, just like he did before when he went to grab a knife. He also had his dead brother on top of him, so I don't think he could have moved even if he wanted to. And then the surviving member of the cleaning crew thinking that the other man was dead, manages to free himself from the dog leash before he crawls towards the front of the store, which was where we found him, with the phone still in his hand. And when it came to the investigation that followed, I don't remember even being so Oops. What's up, Jessica? Did you ever play a game called Xenogears on PS1? I think you would love the story. Interesting. Yeah, what happened? Is it like the same era as like Final Fantasy VII? Because it sounds familiar. Awesome nervous. Couldn't listen to my own voice. It'd drive me crazy. Yeah, I guess you just get used to it, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, click that like button, please. When it came to the investigation that followed, I don't remember ever being so invested in a case before. One of the poor folks killed was a relative of the county sheriff, so he made it a personal mission of his to bring the guy in. But right from the get-go, things started to go wrong. First off, the Below security camera system wasn't working at the time of the attack. They had a repairman scheduled for that coming week, and while the timing of that still haunts me, it obviously meant that we had no security camera images of our suspect. Secondly, all three of our survivors gave us a matching description of the guy, a very distinct one too. He supposedly had a crooked nose and hazel eyes, but the sketches we circulated didn't amount to any sightings of him, no solid ones anyways. And all we had were reports of a white sedan with Maryland tags speeding out of town on the 17, not after. Does anywhere in Canada have free dental? I have no idea. I'm not even in there. I'm not even from around here. I don't know why y'all sound like Peter Griffin on voice playback. Yeah, this kind of... how's it going? It's me. Yeah, I've been trapped out on this ocean for probably a couple weeks now. Starting to drink my own piss. Anyways, there's a girl in my class. I need to tell her I like her, and I'm gonna show a picture of my wiener here. Just you know, show her too. Just nobody look. All we had were reports of a white sedan with Maryland tags speeding out of town on the 17, not after the murders, though. But after the car was tracked down, its owner was cleared of any involvement. They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I think the most frustrating part was how the investigation ended up fixated on this one detail that I'm not even sure was true. At one point, one of the victims asked the killer, "Why are you doing this?" And while she was referring to them being stacked on top of one another, the guy must have thought that she was asking him a more general question, as in, "Why are you robbing us?" He said something about being a former cop, and one who was recently fired from his job. But although it was clear early on that he couldn't have been a cop, since there was no match on his fingerprints and the lead investigator seemed convinced he was either former military or former law enforcement, that completely contradicted what people like myself came to think, which involved him being a fugitive who killed because he didn't want any witnesses. But by the time the investigation started to seriously consider that possibility, the killer could have easily escaped the country using the thousands of dollars he stole. And that's my best guess as to why he wasn't caught anyway. And afterwards, people who worked in law enforcement talked about what happened like it was a tornado or something. They made it sound like this terrible, almost random event that no one could have stopped. But I still felt useless. The worst thing to happen in Windsor for maybe 200 years, and I'd been sitting on my ass writing our paperwork while some sick bastard was stacking bodies and blowing their brains out 2 at a time. But what I still can't figure is, why did he let the last victim live? Our survivor told us that the killer told him straight up, "I'm gonna let you live." But that makes my fugitive theory seem a little shaky. Part of me thinks he just got tired of killing and he couldn't face stabbing a second person to death after killing what he thought was 4 other people. But then there's this other part of me, one that thinks that he left one alive so he could tell everyone what happened, because he wanted everyone to know what he did and how he did it, so he could maybe read about it in the papers. Hey Joe, I appreciate you. Appreciate you, Ghosty. Good to see you. What's happening? Anybody doing anything cool lately? You have to ask your dentist to help you apply for it, and you have to have done your income tax. Okay. You know when he just reads and doesn't talk in chats because he's bored with the comments? No. Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess that's true. Sometimes I look down, and if I see one stand out to me, I'm usually more prone to answer questions, you know what I mean? Because the question mark sort of jumps out to me. I really hate when they let me live. Like, why didn't you choose me? Am I not good enough? You're supposed to send a message. Started a new job, no more retail. Nice moments. How's that going? David, thank you for the 1, friend. Good to see you. I went to see the Rocky Horror Picture Show on Sunday night. That was pretty cool. Nice, dude. I don't think I've ever actually fully seen it. And I feel like they might do some like theater showings of it at somewhere around. In 1984, I was hospitalized for approaching perfection. And then they ripped me apart. They said, this guy's too fucking hot. Midterms mostly, but going to a football game because we might get ranked if we win this week, and also just want to tailgate. Nice, dude. Might get ranked. That's cool. Is it a college game? What's up, Alex? Starting a new painting right now. I do crazy landscapes, going to start a Lord of the Rings inspired one. That's awesome. I love that. Where am I from? What part of the country? Pansel, Turkey. But then, there's this other part of me, one that thinks that he left one alive so he could tell everyone what happened, because he wanted everyone to know what he did and how he did it, so he could maybe read about it in the papers afterwards. But I try not to entertain that side of me, because when I do, it makes the pain of not catching that guy hurt even worse. It's fun so far doing conservation. Oh, that's cool. Conservation. Do you just have to just make sure all the turtles are chilling? Penn State lost to Oregon last week makes you a sad panda. Well, you know, those are 2 pretty big teams, you know what I mean? Like, and I think Penn State is, not to be rude to them, but they're definitively pretty overrated in the top 10 realm. Like Drew Allar as a head quarterback starting quarterback has kind of let Penn State down quite a bit, it seems like, as far as his capabilities go. My pro teams have been disappointing me, so I was like, let me focus on my college. Yeah, that's fair. Mr. Letchby, just want to let you know that my mama is a big fan, listens to you before work and fall asleep. She said, he just ain't making enough episodes for me. Told her, he goes, he's one man, Mom. He's one man. It's all right. I'm gonna get to work. Daily videos from here on out. Personal reads sent right to our mailbox. It's like a tape. Andrew with the 5s. I went to my pain doctor. He didn't want me to write any more meds. I told him that Joel from Let's Read said it's cool and vouched for me, and he gave me 120 oxys. Good. Tell him I said I wrote a prescription for fentanyl mixed with Ozempic. Oh shit, what the fuck? Roki the Fur, what the hell, with the big 50 coming back in hot, out of the psych ward, hell yeah. Long story short, I was talking to my best friend and the cop heard me say, next time I see you driving, I'm crossing over for a head-on intentional crash. Obviously joking, but got sent in for evaluation. 2 out of 10, do not recommend. I gotta read that again. Out of the psych ward, long story short, I was talking to my best friend and a cop heard me say, next time I see you driving, I'm crossing. That's crazy. That's crazy. It was like a mandatory, you had to stay in there for a while or something. Jesus, dude. What a pain in the ass. Can't even make like a, I thought this was America. Can't even make a sick joke. But thank you so much, Roki. I'm glad you're back. We missed you. Thank you so much. Do you ever need a public phone? You can often find one at a hospital. Oh, that's good to know. When's the T6 collab? I feel like me and T6 have collabed together. What's he, didn't he, like, he shut down one of his channels. I forget which one. How's his current thing? T6. Like a T6. T6 videos one day ago when Tumblr disturbed the internet. 4 hours of 4chan horror stories disturbing 4chan threads. Wonder how hard it is to like find all this shit. And 4chan possessed a doll. A doll. Alright. High like a T6. I grew up in a place called Bart Township in rural Pennsylvania. Now, Bart is about as rural as it gets, especially around nickel mines where I grew up, which is home to a bunch of Now, Bart is about as rural. Now, Bart is about as rural as it gets, especially around nickel mines where I grew up, which is home to a bunch of old order Amish. Now, Bart is about as rural as it gets, especially around nickel mines where I grew up, which is home to a bunch of old order Amish. Now, if you're thinking of the Amish who practice Rumspringa or use flip-phones because... I can't fucking read, Jesus Christ. What's up, Matt? And if you're thinking of the Amish who practice Rumspringa or use flip phones because they're quote-unquote essential technology, this is not the old order. They're so hardcore they still refer to anyone who isn't Amish as English, and that was my childhood, living like we were aliens in our own country. But I didn't know any better, so I was happy. Right. But I didn't know any better, so I was happy. Right up until October 2nd of 2006. Now, like most kids my age, I dropped out of school after 8th grade to help my dad on the farm. And so that morning, we were working together while my little brother was at school. Everything was going as normal, just another day on the farm when all of a sudden my dad says, "Is that your brother?" I looked up to see this little speck in the distance, running down the tracks towards our farmhouse, and I knew it was him. Dad then says, "What the hell's he doing out of school?" Because it was only 11 in the morning. And then I followed him as he marched off towards the house to find out what was going on. We got to the house to find my little brother in tears and my mom comforting him. Dad still thought that he'd just run away from school, so he was still kind of angry, or sort of getting ready to be angry. But when my little brother finally got his words out and told us why he'd run home from school, I remember it was almost like time stood still for a few seconds. He told us there was a man in our classroom, and he had a gun. If you can believe it, this wasn't even the scariest part, because as my dad is freaking out and rushing to grab his own gun, my little brother says something about the guy having chains and hooks too. Well, that was it. The red mist descended over Dad and he ran off in the direction of the old schoolhouse while telling me to stay put and watch my mom and brother. We had to wait hours before Dad came back with the news of what had happened, and when he did, this is what he told us. So around 10:30 that morning, not long after the kids had come back from recess, a pickup truck parked in front of the old schoolhouse. A man got out, walked inside, and then asked the kid's teacher if she'd found a clevis pin out in the road. Clevis? What the hell's a clevis pin? How deep your voice is. Become a linguistics expert, you get all the huzz. What's a linguistics expert? Like learning a new language? Cletus's cousin. Clavis pin? Looks like a grenade thing. Let's see. Sorry. Clevis pin. Oh, okay, sorry. Do. Type of fastener used to secure a clevis and is typically held in place with a cotter pin. Another locking device. Okay. Sounds good. Anyone experienced Rumspringa? I remember I worked with like a ex-Amish girl, and she literally did have to like teach the younger kids when she was like in 8th grade. But then she left, and she said her mom still spoke to her, but I think like her dad didn't or something. You're no longer misty and heady and forward. Now you're more rich and seated in the throat. Huh. When did it change? Can you plot out the time? What's up, Kathy? I was down with computational linguistics before AI models became a thing. Is Rumspringa a cousin fucking circle? I think so, I forget. Can I do a southern accent? Like I'm from Tennessee? Yeah, once I stopped playing Overwatch, my voice changed. My balls dropped. I got locked in. What's up, Punky? Oh. Andrew, ever been to an Amish keg party as a teen? I have. You know, I haven't, but I've gone to like one of their... They had some sort of buffet or something at a firehouse I got invited to, and that was really good. Really fucking tasty. Out in Pennsylvania. I've heard of Overwatch. Could you please give me a 20-minute dissertation on what it entails? So basically, you have to take a hammer to your own head to like even appreciate how terrible it is. Around 10:30 that morning, not long after the kids came back from recess, a pickup truck parked in front of the old schoolhouse. A man got out, walked inside, then asked the kid's teacher if she'd found... I literally forget how to say this stupid thing. Oh my god. Clevis pen. A man got out, walked inside, and then asked the kid's teacher if she'd found a clevis pin out in the road. Now, a clevis pin is kind of like a bolt, something used to fasten two things together. They're commonly used in farming, so almost everyone around those mines knows what one is. And since the kid's teacher hadn't spotted one, my family's so confident they got a $3,000 bet on the Mariners to win it all. I ain't one to believe with sports betting, but this, Raleigh gonna put in some work for real. Dude, sports betting is so scary. It seems like it's taken over like everything. Joel, you were a nurse. What do? I have a headache. Probably just drink a bunch of water till the volume of your blood expands. and then the blood in your brain can flow a lot easier when you have more volume. Maybe you need some fucking electrolytes in there too or something. Electrolytes is what our body craves. It's what the plants want. And since the kid's teacher hadn't spotted one that morning, she apologized for not being able to help, but wished the guy luck in finding his missing pin. The guy acted... Oh my god, I don't know why I lost all my reading juice in the first story. The guy acted kind of weird. He didn't make any eye contact, and he mumbled some sort of reply before walking back to his truck. But then a minute later, he walks back into the schoolhouse with a pistol and tells everyone they either do as he says or they're going to die. Now, thinking it's just a robbery of some kind, the kid's teacher tells the class to do as the guy says. But then instead of stealing the school's petty cash box and driving off, the guy orders all the young boys present, including my brother, to help him unload items from his truck before carrying them into the classroom. They carried in a whole bunch of tools, a shotgun, and a stun gun, but also a big pile of lumber, along with some wires, chains, and what we found out later was a bunch of metal eye hooks. The guy wanted to force the kids to watch what he was going to do to them, but as he's supervising the unloading of his truck, the kid's teacher made a run for it and managed to get to a nearby farmer to call 911. The guy noticed that the teacher got away, so he ordered one of the boys to go bring them back, and then went about barricading the schoolhouse doors using the lumber and nails the boys had carried inside. And when he finished, the guy allowed 3 parents, including a pregnant lady I heard, and all the boys in the class to leave. And then after that, he makes all the girls line up against the chalkboard like he was some... Jesus, dude. These are some fucking dark stories. Do 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 do. Okay. Are you guys all Amish? Drop the email. Oh, is there an email to apply my story? Yeah, yep. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. I think one of the mods can type it in. Otherwise, you can find it in all the videos, like descriptions. All right. Oh, sorry. When he finished, the guy allowed 3 parents, including a pregnant lady I heard, and all the boys in the class to leave. Then after that, he makes all the girls line up against the chalkboard like he was some sort of one-man firing squad. The first cop car arrived at the schoolhouse just minutes after that farmer's 911 call. Knowing what was going on, the cop used his loudspeaker to plead with the armed man to throw down his weapons and allow the girls to leave. Around this same time, the man calls 911 personally and tells the dispatcher that if the cops make a move on him, he'd execute the girls. He was saying all that right there in front of them, so those poor girls knew what was about to happen and were also begging him not to hurt them. 2 of the girls even asked to be shot first, possibly in the hopes that it would spare the lives of the other kids lined up next to them. But the man told them to be quiet and kept on talking to the cops. Dad said that by 11 a.m., there was a whole crowd gathered around the schoolhouse's perimeter, and that a bunch of ambulances were there too, waiting to treat the wounded. They all heard when the shooting started, and Dad said the sound that rose up from the crowd was like nothing he'd ever heard before. Just this terrible sound of collective mourning, as each gunshot meant a lost life and broken hearts that would never fully heal. As the gunshots start popping off, all the cops start rushing the schoolhouse, hoping to put a stop to the massacre. But the man realized what was happening and started shooting at the cops out of a window. They returned fire, being careful to only target the window that they were being shot at from. The man stopped firing, and they figured that he was either hit or reloading. But when they burst into the schoolhouse, they found him dead on the floor, with a single self-inflicted gunshot to the head. We later found out that just before the shooting started, the man tried to call his wife to say goodbye. And I don't think she picked up the phone, but he must have left a message or something, because when she got home from wherever she was, the first thing that she saw was a note on the table describing what her husband had planned that day. She had also called 911, hoping to stop what was planned before it ever started. But by then, it was way too late, and her husband was only minutes away from murdering a whole bunch of innocent children. And all the wounded girls were taken to the hospital, but of the 10 kids shot that morning, only 4 survived. A couple were pronounced dead at the scene, and I heard one little girl passed away in the arms of a state trooper as he tried to comfort her. They were all between just 6 and 13 years old. For some reason, in the middle of this massacre, the guy decided to switch from shooting them with a pistol to shooting them with a shotgun. He still had ammo in it. Jesus. When did this happen? Do you think Amish people have IDs? I feel like they do. I think a lot of what they do operates like well within the... Well, honestly, I have no idea. A trigger warning, yeah, I don't know. I guess I can put these towards the end or something. He still had ammunition in his pistol too, so a lot of people think he switched weapons to inflict more damage and make the scene even more gruesome than it already was. No one could understand why someone would do that. I mean, killing them is one thing, but deliberately making it as messy as possible is just... It seemed like the kind of evil I'd never be able to truly understand. But then, after we found out who did it, or more importantly, why he did it, it all started to make sense in this sort of sick way. First off, finding out who killed all those kids was a major shocker, because pretty much everyone in the nickel mines area and the surrounding areas knew who the guy was. His name was Charlie Roberts, and he lived down in Georgetown, and he was the milk tank driver who visited a bunch of local farms, sometimes multiple times a week too. He actually knew the families of some of the kids he killed, and he had a wife and 3 kids of his own at the time of the massacre. The cops talked to his coworkers about him, and they said while Charlie had a history of depression and such, he seemed to perk up in the days before the massacre. But this is most probably because he decided he was going to kill a bunch of people, and that made him feel better about himself. The cops also thought he was inspired by a similar kind of hostage situation which had happened in Colorado the same week as this one. Obviously, there was no getting a solid answer on that one because he was now dead. But he laid out exactly what drove him to kill those kids in the notes that he left, and the messages he left in his wife's voicemail. But he laid out almost exactly what drove him to kill those kids in the notes he left, and the message he left on his wife's voicemail that morning. It turned out Charlie Roberts was hurting children in many ways, and had abused 2 female relations on his back when he was 12. It turned out Charlie Roberts was hurting children in many ways, and had abused 2 female relations of his back when he was 12. He told his wife that he was daydreaming about doing it again, and that also explains the lubrication the cops found at the scene. But Charlie also explained that the death of his daughter was the reason he wanted to kill. He and his wife lost their little girl during childbirth about 10 years earlier, and he wrote in one of his notes that he was filled with hate towards himself and God because of her death. His 2 female relations set the whole abuse thing with His 2 female relations said that the whole abuse thing was just made up, but I can see them saying that purely because they wanted their privacy and all of that. Either way, people started saying that Charlie wasn't that, and that he was just crazy, because he didn't actually touch those girls at the schoolhouse at all. He just killed them in cold blood before taking the coward's way out. And over the week or so that followed, the schoolhouse was knocked down and flattened so it couldn't remind anyone of what had happened. And while the reaction of the local Amish made me proud in a lot of ways, it was the beginning of me realizing that I'm not like them, and that I couldn't stay. So for example, one of the first things folks did that we... I literally could picture the different scenes, like watching them, listening to your stories. Show you got a forever listening here. Oh, thank you, Jesse. Appreciate you. I feel like sometimes the visualization, it's almost maybe like too powerful because it ends up hurting the video. Would you say pumpkin if he was here right now? Pumpkin. I sit directly on a pumpkin. I pump inside my pumpkin. Pumpkin spice beer returning through your nostrils can make an amusing story. Pumpkin donuts and awesome. You guys gotta try that. Oh yeah, everything pumpkin's so freaking good, man. So for example, one of the first things folks did was reach out to Charlie's dad, who, as you can imagine, was absolutely distraught after learning about what his son went and did. They told him they forgave his son for what he'd done, and a bunch of folks even went to Charlie's funeral as a show of support for his heartbroken family. I thought all that was pretty cool because it obviously wasn't Charlie's parents' fault that their son went crazy, but the thing that still doesn't sit right with me was how people chose to forgive Charlie too. Amish people were taught not to hold grudges, but I just couldn't find it in myself to forgive a man who had brought lubrication into a schoolhouse full of girls in single-digit ages, and then end them. There was almost this attitude of like, if you can forgive the guy, it makes you a better Christian. So when it came to the concept of prevention, as in stopping something like that from ever happening again, people said things like, it's in the hands of God now. It's down to the Almighty alone to protect us. I remember another person saying how they were happy Charlie Roberts had taken his own life because it meant he'd already been judged by God by the time we were laying those girls to rest. If he repented before God, he'd be forgiven all of his sins. But the more I thought about that, the more I felt like I didn't belong among the old order. And now, it's been almost 10 years since I left Nickel Mines behind me. So this guy was Amish? Can't do the story justice over chat, but it made in an anime style and had a giant machine called Gears, if that sounds familiar. That's weird. I wonder why whenever I respond to a message, sometimes it's like really delayed. 2 stories down in 1 hour. Can you believe it? So back in 2002, my boyfriend and I were driving from Chicago to this little town in South Dakota called Vermilion, where... Make sure I say that right. Vermilion. What's up, Shorn? How you doing, dude? We're just cruising, dude. Having the energy sucked out of us reading about school shootings. I vaguely do recall like an Amish school shooting. That was a long time ago. Also, for some reason my chat just like keeps fucking freezing. I don't understand it. ...2006 Lancaster. It's probably because I am Amish. I never hear about anything. What's up, Pats Nation? How we doing, dude? Back in 2002, my boyfriend and I were driving from Chicago to this little town in South Dakota called Vermilion, where his parents lived. Around noon, we'd been cruising through Iowa cornfields for hours on end, when suddenly the corn just sort of stopped. It was like coming out of a forest into an open field, but instead of seeing nothing but green grass, all we could see was ash and charcoal. There had obviously been some kind of fire, and while my boyfriend said it's normal for farmers to sometimes burn their fields to prepare them for a new cycle or whatever, it still looked creepy as hell. We went from being able to see just a few feet on either side of the highway to being able to see for miles upon miles around us. We went from... Oops, I already read that. Fuck. Someone said in the last video that I edited it where it said, like... Oh, I had like the same part replayed like 3 times. Hear about Amish witchcraft. Amish witchcraft. Amish Minecraft. Amish Minecraft is just real life, I guess, right? Have you seen that K-pop Demon Hunter's coming to Fortnite? It's about time, dude. You know you made it when you're in Fortnite. You know you made it when you're playing Fortnite. Joel's an 8-foot-tall black samurai with a red beard. Exactly. I am Sasquatch. Oh my god, that reminds me. You guys want to hear a really fucking funny email I got? It's pretty freaking funny. I care about Fortnite. I'm a Fortniter. A Forder. A Forty boy. Here it is. Alright, I won't say his name. Maybe he's in here. But it just says, Bigfoot is real, is the top of it. I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. The Bigfoot creature that Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin filmed on October 20th, 1967 was real. It was half man and half gorilla. Thousands of years ago, men went to Africa and other places and had sex with female gorillas and orangutans. Some of the Bigfoot creatures have dark hair like the gorilla, and some of them have reddish hair like the orangutan. Some of the men that went to Africa and other places were tall, and some of the Bigfoot creatures are tall. Have you ever seen an 8-foot tall gorilla or orangutan? Neither have I. When scientists found the bones, they thought we evolved from primates. But it wasn't a natural evolution, it as a man-made evolution. Bigfoot can't save the Earth, but we can. Stop overpopulating. And the first time I read that, a white tear dripped down my leg. It was so emotional. I don't even know, man. Everyone's... the idea of just, like, giving schizophrenic people computers and, like, access to email is just so funny. Here you go. Here's access to everyone ever. Say whatever you want. Just don't find out where they live and hurt them. So inspiring. He is the president. He's the Bigfoot president. Anyways, that's going to be in the next video, hopefully. That should be my outro, honestly. Remind me, that'll be my outro. And remember, Tilly Norwood is your celebrity crush. Who the hell is that? 6, 7. A 6 out of 7. Titty Norwood. Oh, wait. Could the next Scarlett Johansson, Natalie Portman be an AI avatar? No, dude. Wait, is this person AI? She's just an AI creature? No way. Is that where we're at now? We already hit there as fucking AI people? Wait, an AI actress? How the hell did they even do it? Is everybody else in the movie AI too? God, this is gonna do like such... I just fell in love with an AI. No, this is gonna like mess with people's psyches. Like if you jerk off to somebody and you find out that they don't even exist, so like the fantasy of being able to just like go to their house and hang out while they're sleeping, like that just... it just kills the mood and the vibe. But I really don't... I mean, I get it, they're gonna save money. I don't know. Where's the fucking... Weren't they boycotting for like 6 years to keep fucking this shit out of like acting in Hollywood and stuff? Did they? I guess that was unsuccessful. People do that with anime characters though. Yeah, but at least you can find their voice actors and lick their face, you know? When I was young, I was mad I could never meet Belle from Beauty and the Beast. I know. It's tough. It's a tough world we live in. What's up, Peebles? Pupils. Voice actors were on strike for a while. I do recall, yeah. Have you seen NBA players' salaries nowadays? NBA players are soon to be AI. Did I have a childhood crush? Yeah, I feel like I liked everyone. Every girl in my class growing up, I was like... Or no, honestly, I feel like I always had like a bit of like a singular fixation. One, especially in elementary school, it was like... kindergarten, first grade, you had the one... You know, you just always had that one that you just like... When you get a chance, you stare at him in class. You just look at him, you fucking stare at him, you say, I don't know what I'm feeling inside of myself, but it's aimed at you. And you build up your riz. Which my riz involved a very large bug net. I'd throw it over top of their head. Drag them back to my desk and show them my monster drawings. Look at these. Did you see these? Aren't they scary? Will Smith's AI eating spaghetti. Yeah, they've come a long way. Animal Crossing style, yeah. Oh, okay. We went from being able to see just a few feet on either side of the highway to being able to see for miles upon miles around us. And that's how it was so easy to spot the man and the little boy that I saw walking hand in hand through a burned-out cornfield. I could only see them at a distance at first, but the difference inside was plain to see, and boy did it look wholesome. It looked like some old-timer taking his grandson out for a walk to show him the burned-out fields. And then as I watched them from a distance, I saw that they were headed toward what looked like an old well. I didn't mention it to my boyfriend at all. We were enjoying a comfortable conversation hiatus while listening to a little music, so I just watched the Hallmark card scene zoom in. Zoom in. Favorite type of story to read? Definitely paranormal. You guys got to remind me, I'm 100% doing a paranormal set this Halloween. Faux show. Faux shizzy. I invented polyamory. The reason I got into a polyamory relationship is just they look so moist. Everyone in every polyamory relationship just looks like they're constantly covered in a sticky layer of sweat, almost like they exist in a swamp of sorts. They're just, in every polyamorous relationship, there's just 100% humidity at all times. They're like every one of them are like the greased up deaf guy who hasn't showered. Their sticky layer. We were enjoying a comfortable conversation hiatus while listening to a little music, so I just watched the Hallmark card scene zoom in as we got closer in almost silence. And by the time the pair of them reached the well, I could see both of them in almost perfect detail. I could see the old-timer was wearing dungarees and had a little dark, thinning hair on the top of his head, and I could see the little boy's blue shirt and white sneakers and how he had this almost white blonde curly hair too. And then as we drove right past them, I also saw it clear as day when the old man picked up the little boy and then tossed him down the well. I remember yelling out, "Oh my God," at the top of my lungs in the seconds after I saw it. And then as my boyfriend was panicking, asking what the hell was going on, I was frantically searching through my bag. It was fucking Frankenstein, bro. Sijin. Is that how you say that name? Sijin? What's up, dude? The best way to avoid creepy exes is to never break up with anyone. Exactly. Just keep expanding your empire. And then they all will still like you because they're all jealous of the other ones. Stories are definitely best on YouTube. Thanks, friend. Good to see you. I never used an online dating app. It seems weird and creepy to me. That's fair. Save yourself some headaches, dude. Meet people organically and you're never going to get catfished. Okay, sorry. 64-person polycule. That eventually expands to 128-person polycule. Okay. I briefly thought... Wait, where was I? Okay. Then as my boyfriend was panicking, asking me what the hell was going on, I was frantically searching through my bag looking for my cell phone. I briefly thought about asking him to stop the car, but this image flashed in my head of us lying dead in that field, covered in gunshot wounds, so I just told him to keep on driving, and that a kid had just been thrown down a well. Now he says, "What? What the hell are you talking about?" Because he'd been zoned out with his eyes glued to the road and hadn't seen a thing. But once I explained in a little more crucial detail, he asked if I was 100% sure that I wasn't mistaken, and he understood why I was so freaked out. I eventually managed to find my cell phone, but when I pulled it out and unlocked it, I saw I had exactly 0 bars. So I did the next best thing and grabbed our map so I could find out where the nearest town was. I was relieved to see that there was just one a few miles down the road, and I told my boyfriend to put his foot down so we could get there and call 911. And when we rolled into town, the first place we saw was this little diner at the side of the highway called Albert Kitchen. And we pulled into the parking lot, and I almost fell rushing from my car to the front doors. And then once I was inside, everyone's heads spun around as I ran up to the counter and asked to use their phone. The lady behind the counter said sure, and then I dialed 911 when she put the phone up to the counter and asked to talk to the police. As I described what happened to the dispatcher, everyone in the diner was listening in, and they gasped when I said how I saw a kid get thrown down a well. The dispatcher said to wait where I was so the sheriff could send a deputy over, and then after I thanked her, I hung up. I was still shaking with adrenaline by the time I placed the hand... Well. It does sound like Jeepers Creepers. He turns, and at least he didn't turn and stare at them. That scene in that movie was fucked, though. That's what made me terrified of just long, drawn off stuff in the distance. Natalie Crystal, welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Do I like eyes? You like eyes? I do like eyes, beautiful eyes are really, really captivating. You just stare at them and I don't fucking know. People are good looking, man. It's nice to look at them. Oh, guys. Oh, you got me. My bad. It is nice being able to see. Sometimes I wish I was blind, to be honest with you. Just so I could just sort of from the time that I was born, enjoy other people solely based on the interactions that I have with them, just personality-wise and maybe voice and whatever other things they do. Did you hear about the man that started the LA fires, got 16 years to life in prison? I did not hear about that. Was it just one person? It's crazy. Bit of an earlobe guy. Eyes are your favorite thing? Yeah, dude, they're pretty sweet. I mean, it's primarily how you connect with someone, just staring deeply inside of them, seeing what lies behind. I mean, you can just tell so much from their eyes, whether they're nervous, whether they're honest, whether they're I guess a bit sadistic. Do blind people know what humans look like? I mean, I guess maybe if they were born. I don't even know. Wait, there was some sort of something. Damn, this is gonna sound so stupid. But it was something to do with the fact that people could or couldn't see. It definitively affected how their brains memory worked or something about that. Alright. The occipital lobe is heavily dedicated to processing incoming visual information, shape, color, and people who are blind, especially birth or early life. The visual cortex does not sit idle. Studies using fMRI and EEG show it gets repurposed, a process called cross-modal plasticity for other senses like touch, hearing, and even language. Oh wow, it gets repurposed. That's kind of cool. Braille readers use the visual cortex to process tactile input from their fingers. Some blind individuals show occipital activation during tasks involving echolocation or sound localization. Wouldn't it be cool if blind people started clicking? The degree of reorganization depends on whether the blindness is congenital or acquired later in life. Yeah. Heterochromia knows what that... Ben Affleck played a blind character for Deadpool. Was it Deadpool or was it a different superhero, wasn't it? Some blind people have used echolocation. What the hell? Oh yeah, Daredevil. Thank you. Echolocation. Do you ever look a cross-eyed person straight in the eye? It's tough, man. I'll be honest. Like, I've seen lots of cross-eyed people, and I like want to fix it. I just want to take their eyes and kind of rotate them a little bit and get them nice and set up. Like, kind of like you have a painting on your wall and it's kind of tilted. You just want to put it right where it needs to go. And I know that's a bit rude, but I just want to help them out a little bit. And just because otherwise it's like you're not really sure which one to focus on. And it's fine. I don't judge them for it at all. But I definitely feel that there's a degree of which I struggle to connect with someone that might be a bit cross-angulared. You pretty into Rivals? Want to hop on? Nah, I'm done with all the team shooter stuff, man. I'm just gonna play gambling games. Red eyes. Oh, like you're baked, man. What's up, J Bales? Sorry. I worked the kid on the spectrum who used to take his eye out and throw it across the room. Oh, is it? Jesus Christ. If someone is cross-eyed, is it offensive to ask which is their dominant? They can stand in that eye's line of vision. I mean, I don't think they give a shit. Most people, like, that have been something their entire life, if you, like, don't have any sort of ill intent towards them when you ask them a question, they're probably not offended. It's probably just some chick on Twitter who's going to get offended on their behalf or whatever. Is it possible to fix cross-eyed? I think there's some surgeries you can have. Sometimes your voice sounds like the casually explained guy. Oh yeah, I recall him. What about chameleons? All right. I was still shaking with adrenaline by the time I placed the handset back in its cradle on that phone, and when I turned around, every single person in the diner was just staring at me. The lady behind the counter brought me a glass of ice water to help me calm down. Then, as me and my boyfriend were waiting for the cops to show up, a man got up from his table and began to approach us. He introduced himself, then started asking about the burned-out fields we'd seen. And then when I went over to see what whoops. He's gonna say it's a hallucination. Sometimes when you're out there, you just start seeing stuff. The air gets all creepy-like. Not all brown eyes are pretty in the sun. Some are just voids. Void. Are you supposed to stare directly into the sun so you can tell if it's voided or not? Brown eyes are my absolute weakness, though, on other people. I don't know. That's a lot of people, right? I used to hate your brown eyes, but I've grown to appreciate them. I think we all hate ourselves for some stupid reason, when in reality we're like way more attractive to others than we realize, you know what I mean? It's just I don't know what it is. Like, I guess it's a survival mechanism to constantly put us in better and better positions in life, I guess, for finding somebody or something. You just don't like shaving. It's tough, man. I could do Halloween stories. Yes, sir. We're gonna have those probably next stream, next video. Green eyes mean you're a fallen angel. A devil. An angel with horns. I remember the nurses thought they were so fucking clever whenever I worked with them in the hospital. It's just like the stupidest shit I'd ever heard. It's like, she's the devil. Or no, she's an angel with horns. And then they do like a little fucking... Just like, oh my god, get me out of here. I'm gonna eat all the fentanyl. You ever imagine yourself with the complete opposite features you have? I think that would be cool. Yeah, like sometimes like I walk around, I'm like, fuck, dude, that person's like so hot. Like that person is so good looking all the time, forever, since they were literally came into existence. And they get to just like go around and be hot and like it's, you know, and if, you know, they can do whatever and it's just fucking fine. They don't have to like try too hard. And I'm like, God, that'd be so sick. At the store, gym, or work. I mean, just anywhere. I mean, mainly at the gym because you see a lot of like hot people at the gym because they're working on themselves and stuff, which obviously there's a correlation with that, like taking care of yourself, eating better, like you're just going to look hotter or whatever. But it's like you can tell that there's some that just like don't even fucking put an effort in at all, and it's just like, this is just how I be since the dawn of time. What's up, Lucy? What position was I? I was a registered nurse. My eyes just got from dark blue to dark gray to... Oh, see, that's cool. I do like that about the blue eyes. They can be like gray or blue. Brindle eyes. No, that's like brown, isn't it? You know, like the person you're about to interact with is going to be a little bit annoying when when you ask them the color of their eyes and they come up with like some, you know, fucking made up bullshit off of like the Lowe's color chart, you know. It's actually called Swift Macklewood. Soft Harvest. I actually have soft harvest eyes. Like, oh, shut the fuck up. They're poop brown, asshole. Just accept it. They're beautiful, though. Give me a kiss. Give me a fucking kiss. Pantone shade. Yeah, number 8. Would you ever go back to work at the hospital? No, dude. If like, for whatever reason, YouTube gets sued by Donald Trump and the whole thing shuts down, I would rather fucking suck dick under a bridge than go back to working a normal job. It's so bad to say, but it's like once you've tasted this like existence, you're just like, yeah, never mind. Never again. Never again in my life. I will find a way. I will go read stories. I will go read Joe Biden to bed. I don't give a fuck. Hey, what's that? This don't sound like they're that true. Let's read. Shut the fuck up, Joe. Go to sleep. Eat your pudding. Typical Virgo. Thank you for the 5. Hey, Joe, I missed you all. Good to see you. What's poppin'? Thank you for the 5. Why did I leave? So I could go do YouTube forever. You need a job? It's alright. You'll get one. You should work at Micro Center. Boom. I just got you a job. Am I a big Trumpster? No, dude. No. We talk about it from time to time, but I think it's all fake. I think it's just both sides are controlled by some strange Freemason bullshit that's existed for thousands of years, and they're trying to like push the world closer and closer to like Armageddon. And yeah, that's where we're heading. Just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just joshing with you. The Micro Center in PA is garbage. I don't even know where it's at, to be honest with you. You started a new job at an art museum. That's sick. You're one of the pieces. You have to stand there still all day. Is Circuit City hiring? I think yeah. You could buy the whole thing. It is kind of weird, like, what was even the difference between Circuit City or Best Buy? It's like one was blue. I want to go to that place to get my Xbox games. Why, honey? It's cheaper at Circuit City. It's because the colors are blue and yellow. It's a huge difference. What if that was literally it? What if they did the studies and that's what really helped Best Buy hang on? Life after my twin flame died with a 5. Thank you, life. And Andrew Batts with the 5 says, I got 3 brown eyes. One of them shaped all funny from years of chronic constipation and a digital de-impaction when I was 7. A digital? Oh, that means fingers, right? Someone stuck their fingers in your ass. Nice. Nice, dude. Same. What's up, Brianna? I was in GameStop the other day, and it's so depressing for all the games are digital now. I know, isn't that weird? Like, soon you're going to go up to the walls to buy games, and it's just going to be like a card. You can go hand them. Here's your code. You just purchased your code. We've activated it for you in store. Enjoy your weird dystopia. You want to be a lawyer? Make it happen, baby. Alright. The lady behind the counter brought me a glass of ice water to help me calm down. Then, as me and my boyfriend were waiting for the cops to show up, a man got up from his table and began to approach us. He introduced himself and then started asking about the burned-out fields that we'd seen. And then when I went over what we'd seen, how every field for miles was completely blackened and charred, he turned around to one of the other diners, and if they were almost some... He turned around to one of the other... And if they were some... He turned around to one of the other diners, and if they were some guy's fields... Oh, and asked. Maybe asked? I don't know. I think they meant to put asked. Asked to mouth. I'm going to ask to mouth you a question. The problem with digital games is a lot of the time you don't really own the game. Right, yeah, it's just... I don't know. They don't respect gamers. Gamers! How are you not going to respect gamers? The highest form of life in the universe. Honestly, I do kind of respect that about, like, the demographic of gamers, is that we are stupid in some ways, but there's a lot of things, I would say, within that realm of how much they try to fuck gamers in the ass. They do respond pretty well, I feel like. In the sense of, like, getting things back on track, consumeristically. Guetric with the 10 says, after hearing your YouTube, I did not think it would be this way, and it's great. Thanks, friend. Appreciate you. A couple of gamers in here. Gamors. Don't we all hate retail, including the ones shopping? Exactly. I don't even want to be in there. Oh, fuck. What's the next step, guys? What do we do? What are you guys going to do with your life? You got any plans? Gamers are a bit masochist, pain to get stressed. Oh, dude, I agree with it. Like, I lost a game of Hearthstone yesterday before I had, like, a meeting. And I knew I shouldn't have played it before the meeting, right? But I just got, like, completely RNG fucked, right? RNGesus was not on my side. And I was just, fucking shit! Fucking motherfucking crap! It's just like, even though it's, like, completely not up to me at all, and I sit there and tell myself, like, no matter what the outcome, we're gonna leave here nice and joyful. And that's not the fucking case. It's like the whole desk gets fucking flipped, and I just leave the house in a completely soured mood. And I'm like, this was just like images on the screen, and I with a fucking slot machine simulator, and I'm upset by this. And even though, I don't know, it was so funny. I was like, none of this matters. Losing that game is not a big deal. But for some reason, I can just, like, it's like a weird, like, ball of cancer that just, like, exists in the back of my skull for, like, the next half hour, which is, like, pulsating, like, boom, 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 of just, like, discomfort. And then it slowly just, like, dissipates till it goes away. But, then you go right back to it because it's like a fucking addiction. It's like, I gotta get my crack pipe. I gotta sniff it. Let me clean up my bathroom and kept me company. Nice, dude. Clean bathroom is a happy bathroom. Cope doesn't work sometimes when you're too immersed. Dude, I must be too... I can't imagine, getting into VR. Those will become my best friends. What do you lose when you lose a game? Exactly. Fucking... everything. My entire identity lies in this one 30-minute match. I think my favorite is just the realization of when you lose and it's been a full half hour into a competitive game, you're like, what a fucking waste of time! Why? All you can think about is the devs, fucking just boogers dripping out of their face and bad acne and just fat, fat tits, but not nice tits, just gross ones on that dude. And just yeah, this is gonna make him happy. This is gonna be fun for everyone. Moobs. When you play Elden Ring, 47th run on the boss, I was like, why am I doing this? Exactly. What? It's I think we as, especially guys, we just crave competition. You know what I mean? Just this endless competition. We can't go out there and hunt down gazelle with our bare hands anymore. We just gotta play Dota or something equally terrible. We have to go play Winston. No. Peanut butter. He introduced himself and then started asking about the burned out fields we'd seen. And then when I went over what we'd seen and how every field for miles was all blackened and charred, he turned around to one of the other diners and asked if they were some guy's fields. Art Landry is the name I remember him saying. He then asked me to describe the man I'd seen, and then everyone seemed to agree that it was Art Landry that I'd seen, and that his grandkids had been staying with him that week because their parents were out of town. Everyone seemed shocked, but also really confused. They obviously knew this Landry guy pretty well, so to hear that he'd done something so terrible, they just couldn't believe what they were hearing. They asked me a couple of times if I was sure, and when I pulled my pants down and said, yes, look at my nuts. You just finished your new crochet top. I'm starting during Sunday stream. That's fucking sick. Oh, can you imagine just go out to the bars and all you're wearing is just straight crochet top, but it's made to look like a spider web? That'd be so sick. I want to wear that. You don't understand competitive games either. I'd much rather play something cozy or open world. Dude, for real. Indie games are the future, or just single player games, in general. I mean, because immediately after that, that's what I got over and started playing Bionic Bay. And Bionic Bay is so good. It's so chill. I love puzzles. It makes me laugh a fuck ton because your character just gets ragdolled or killed by random shit over and over and over again. It's just hilarious. Somehow, even though I'm 10 hours into the game, it still makes me laugh. What's my favorite food? Probably lasagna. Just a big frickin' thing of everything Italian mushed together into a pie. Playing 5v5 MOBA solo is the fastest way to crash out. Yeah, dude, I can't, thankfully I can't even play those sort of MOBA games because my wrists for some reason cramp up. I don't know why. Just from repetitively clicking saying what's up from Wyoming, sometimes wonder how you look. That's fair. Just imagine like a werewolf. Like a sick ass 7-foot werewolf just ripping off his sports jersey. I was just quarterback, but I'm crashing out because I just threw a fucking interception. And now I'm pissed. Now I gotta go chase the fucker down. But my power knows no limits. I'm gonna fucking rip his guts open. He's got the clicky wrists. Oh, he's got clicky wrists. You know, they talk about like the UK's got like universal health care. That's like the doctor I imagine you go see there. He's like, oi, yeah, all I can think of is you got a bit of clicky wrist. Stop clicking so much. See you next year. Why do I re-listen to your live right after you finish it? I mean, yeah, I guess if you're here, you already kind of know what's coming, but maybe it sounds even better afterwards. They asked me a couple of times if I was sure. And then when I said that I'd never been so sure of anything in my entire life, there was almost this ripple of, oh my God, and oh dear Lord, all around the room. Now, I'm not exactly sure how long went by before a deputy actually showed up to talk to us, and when they did, we went out to our car so we could talk in detail away from the people inside the diner. Now, I repeated the whole thing again, and got that same sort of "are you sure" reaction from the deputy, like what I'd said was just almost verging on impossible or ridiculous. And then right as he's asking me all these questions, another cop car rolls into the parking lot, and out steps the county sheriff who's driven all the way over from their headquarters to talk to us. The deputy saved me from repeating my story for pretty much the fourth time by explaining exactly what I'd seen to the sheriff, and he too did the whole "huh? Really?" thing, and then walked off to talk on his radio for a couple of minutes before returning to where we were standing. He told us someone over at HQ had called Mr. Landry to ask him about what I'd seen. Now, Art didn't know exactly what I was talking about, and said that he did indeed have... Yeah, I look exactly like your Hollywood crush. But imagine your Hollywood crush just got crushed by Harvey Weinstein. Ever watched Cyberpunk the anime? I think I saw like one episode. It was pretty sick. But I just like, I don't know. Sometimes I struggle to just like sit and watch shit, you know. If you ever played it, I can recommend Everhood. It's such an awesome game, and this year Part 2 came out. Definitely check it out if you like trippy games with awesome story. Interesting. Pretty much Billy Eyewash. I look like Sydney Sweeney, but with bigger tits and even more denim. Denim, dun dun dun, denim, dun denim. I haven't even watched that one show she was on when I don't know, she's like supposed to be a teenager on the show. But I just like saw the acting and it was like, I'm even crazier. I'm actually crazier. And then Euphoria, and then the guy was like, why is that cool or something? Like, why would you want to be crazy? And she's just sitting there like, I'm crazy. I'm fucking crazy. Ever played The Division? I wanted to play The Division. I just never really had anybody to get into it with, I guess. It's giving sassy. Sassy Sydney Sweeney. Now, Art didn't know what I was talking about, and said that while he did have a grandson staying with him that week, and they hadn't been anywhere near those burned-out cornfields. Wait. That week they had... Oh, okay. Penis. Now, Art didn't know what I was talking about, and said while he did have his grandson staying with him that week, that they hadn't been anywhere near those burned-out cornfields. Now, by then, I was practically begging the sheriff to drive us back down the highway so I could show him exactly the well that I'd been talking about. And he said he couldn't just walk up on somebody's land like that without a warrant, and that he'd have to speak with Art Landry personally before anything like that happened. Now, I tried to keep my cool. I knew the longer that we talked, the less chance that kid had of surviving that fall, not to mention whatever was down there at the bottom of it. If it was water, he might drown. If it was dry, then we needed to get him out of there ASAP before he died from his fall. And I tried to convey all of that as best I could, but the more animated I got, the more the sheriff and his deputies started to look at me like I was crazy. I had to literally beg that sheriff before he told me his deputy. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. Roki with the 20 gifters. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you. Welcome Outed Fox, Carol C. L, MCM, Ike White, Terry Para, Nay, homie's already here, Kiara J, Sling Cockwell, Campbell Daphne, random stuff, Heather Hartman, Tim Richards, Alexander, Daniel Cagebine, New Edge Mustang, Little Red B, Supernova, Russell Dufresne, Dodongo Manoof, Shara 246. I lost it. Valley Heart, Deacon F, Gustavo. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. Be sure to thank Roki. What's my favorite beer? I really like, when I do drink, I like the ciders. Also, can I say something? There's that stuff, what's it called? Cheers. But yeah, I love ciders, and there's this, like, I don't know, you can drink a decent amount, you shouldn't do that in general, but there's a thing called Cheers, and it's like, I forget exactly what it does, but you can take 3 of those, and then it's like you have no, like, literally, like, no hangover at all the next day. Yeah, where everybody knows your name. Holy shit, Roki with another 20. Guys, remind me at the end, I gotta match it. Am I in a good mood today? I think I realized that, like, streaming is, like, literally the best part about my week, honestly. Like, you guys, this sounds so cringe, but, like, you guys giving me, like, positive attention and, like, chatting is pretty neat. And, I'm very thankful for it. And, I don't know. IRL, I just, it's not like this, you know what I'm saying? Any good new movies lately? New ones. You guys are all my favorite online friends. Thank you again, Roki. Really appreciate the kindness. Thanks, Luca. It is strange. Sometimes I feel like some YouTubers don't really understand how insane... Oh, wait, why is this? I feel like I gotta move this up here or something like that. There we go. But sometimes I feel like some YouTubers don't quite... Like, you know that they exist and all that kind of stuff. But sometimes I don't think they realize how good they have it as a you-pooper. Bomba Claude. Him by Jordan Peele looks like worth watching. Yeah, I was curious. Did anybody get to see it? Your birthday was lit as fuck. Thanks again. Got a kitten too. Oh, that's sick. What did you name the kitten? Would I be down to stream every day? I don't know if I would have the time, honestly, or the energy. I mean, sometimes I'm tempted. Whenever Little Big Planet comes out, which is going to be the 10th, I think I will stream on either the 10th, which is a Friday, or the 11th, depending on what's going on. But I definitely will probably stream the entire game. Hopefully it's not like 8 hours, but hey, either way, I think it might be worth it. Okay. I've seen a YouTuber complain about a $500 donut because it doesn't cover rent, and YouTube takes a cut. Just ungrateful, demanding money all the time. It is strange. Like, what the fuck's wrong with them? Like, what do you even want? Just go out. Aren't you stoked you get to go out and buy a snack with, like, money you somehow were able to like manifest from the internet. That's crazy. Yeah, the gym rent money. Oh my god. Have you played Little Nightmares? Yeah, the first two and the DLC, and so I'm very excited for the third one. And I was saying that Bionic Bay, it's not necessarily Little Nightmares-esque, but it's like the same kind of concept as far as 2D puzzle platforming, and it's so fun. Oh yeah, I do remember that $5 streamer girl. Anyways, he said he couldn't just walk up to somebody and land. Oh, that's right, okay. Do I prefer Uncharted or Tomb Raider? I only ever played the one Uncharted, I think it was 4, that came out before, because I got a PS4 just so I could play Red Dead 2, right? And I got it, you know, maybe like a month before, and decided to like play Uncharted 4, which I really did like Uncharted 4, even though it was obviously very scripted. I just thought the voice acting and like everything was just so polished. It was nice. He said he couldn't just walk up on somebody's land like that without a warrant, and that he'd have to speak with Mr. Landry personally before anything like that happened. Now, I tried to keep my cool. I knew the longer we talked, the less chance that kid had of... Oh my god, I'm so far back here. How old am I? Dude, I'm 35. Old as a ball sack. But I don't feel like it. I still feel like the same fucking dumbass from a decade ago, but at the same time, I guess that's fine, you know. Literally Uncage, yeah. Uncage. That's actually my last name, Joel Uncage. There you go, 35 is young. Thanks, dude, I appreciate that. I'm gonna live to be fucking 250,000 years old, man. I'm gonna live forever. It's gonna be so sick. I'm gonna be a husk. I'm gonna be like a little dried up banana peel. After you, like, you know how like bananas get so fucking disgusting, you're like, time for banana bread. I'm gonna be the peel that comes off of that, but then put me into a wheelchair. That's gonna be me. And I'll still read. I'll still be reading. I tried to keep my cool. I knew the longer we talked, the less chance that kid had of surviving that fall, not to mention whatever was down there at the bottom of the well. If it was water, he might drown. If it was dry, then we need to get him out ASAP before he died. I tried to convey all of that as best I could, but the more animated I got, the more the sheriff and his deputies started to look at me like I was crazy. I had to literally beg the sheriff before he told his deputy to drive out to the old well on that farm to check it out. But when he did, I was so genuinely thankful that I almost burst into tears. The whole time we were waiting, my boyfriend was like, "It's going to be okay. You'll see. Everything's going to be fine." The sheriff was almost half sitting in his car talking on his radio. Then all of a sudden, he got up and walked over to us, calling out that he'd got some good news. Firstly, the well on that farm was empty, and secondly, Mr. Landry was headed down to the diner with his grandson, so I could see for myself that everything was fine. Now, I was kind of speechless for a second because I was certain, and I still am, of what I saw out there. The sheriff then took the opportunity to explain how, thankfully, I just must have been mistaken. Who I saw out there, they were probably just picking their kid up to show them the bottom, and any dropping or falling that I saw was a kind of maybe optical illusion given from how fast we were driving through the smoke. And the only thing that I could think to ask when word finally came back to me was like, how could the deputy be so sure the well was empty? Was he sure that there wasn't a kid down there, underwater maybe, or just out of reach of his flashlight? I knew what I saw. There was a kid's life at stake, and I wasn't about to just take someone else's word for it, especially I understand what my grandma meant when she said she always surprised to see 89-year-old and not 17-year-old her when she looked in the mirror. But for me, it's 26. That's funny, yeah. Yeah, isn't that strange? Like, your mind is just like kind of the same, and then all of a sudden you look at yourself one day and you're like, what the fuck? The fuck is that? Jesus Christ. What's up, Rex? Dude, we all remember you, broski. You were here last time. I feel like 26 is such a scary age because it's crunch time. Like, whoever I'm with now better be the one or I'm fucked. Yeah, I feel you, bro. You just turned 26, but you swear I'm still 17. Bro, I feel you, man. It's just... Maybe it's just, yeah, you know, you are who you are, and just got to appreciate every moment you get and try to take care of yourself. Don't drink. Go lift weight. Eat protein. Sleep good. Meet nice person. Buy dog. Go on walk. Absorb sun. Walk in forest. See Bigfoot. Have Bigfoot give you a knobber. You have no choice. It's happening. Especially when they were throwing around phrases like optical illusion or trick of the light, which was starting to sound more and more suspicious to me the more they cropped that up. And I get that people have that small-town mentality of wanting to defend their own, but the way they didn't even seem to give a crap about this kid started to turn from alarming to kind of disturbing. And as I'm trying to keep my cool and stay polite as I'm explaining to the sheriff that I know what I saw, the deputy returns from checking the well. But following behind is this beat-up old truck, and after it comes to a stop, out steps this big old guy in dungarees with dark, thinning hair. And the first thing he said was something like, "Who's this saying I didn't drop my damn grandson down a well?" He sounded mad, and the sheriff walked over, now saying, "Hey, now just hold on, Art. She's just trying to help." Now this man named Art then walked around to the passenger side of his truck, opened up the door, and then helped a young boy out of the seat. He then led him around to see, and it's just like it's like clearly like a scarecrow boy. Do you feel younger than your age? Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I do. But, you know, it is what it is, you know. It's just the way you are, what you are, and you kind of like just sort of have to know how to exist as said individual forever. Can't wait to get lit this weekend at tailgating after weightlifting all week. Nice, dude. That does sound like the way to do things. Live the life. Have the fun. Don't take no serious. Roki with the 5 says, donation or memberships gifting for my final one? You choose. Probably memberships for everybody. If you want. But I have to match it too, so... Only if you do it, don't do more than 10 just so I can do 50 and it'll be an even Stevens. But thank you, friend. Traveler on my way home with the 5 gifters to Michelle Henry. Oops, my umbrella. Glowy. Shauna. 3 Lanich, and Devin Pence. Welcome, friend. Thank you, traveler. So here's a little mental trick. Set a age, for example, 50, and say you're 30. Think of it like this. I'm still not yet 50. Let's just move the age marker up one. Exactly. Your 20s don't start until 25. Oh, fuck. They're over. Damn. It's whatever, dude. Who gives a shit how old you are, honestly? Are you doing alright? Then that's fine. Oh my god, Roki did the complete fucking opposite. He did 50. That's a crazy amount. I'm sorry. That is a crazy amount. Jesus, there's a lot of them. Thank you so much. Well, welcome, friends. Whoever gets a gift, be sure to thank Roki, and you get access to bonus content on the bonus content playlist. Thank you, Roki. Seriously, always so kind. We're gonna keep you out of the hospital. Do you get bored of your past girlfriends? No, I don't. I don't know. I don't even know, honestly. I guess we just go our separate ways. And Jackson, welcome back for 5 months. Last time I tailgated, I was drunk after a singular twisted tea, so now I gotta try a different drink. Yeah, be careful, and look up that Cheers if you want to like help your hangover or whatever. That shit called Cheers. It's on Amazon. It might be at stores too around you, but yeah, like after you drink and then you take the Cheers stuff after your last drink, it's like helps your hangover so much more. You moving to New York for me? What do you mean? That's not even where I'm from. What are you going to do in New York? You moving to New York for my live shows? Oh yeah, I'm pencil turkey, but it's all good. I appreciate the thought. When do you match the memberships? Let's do it right now. Let's just do it right the flirp. I mean, has anybody been keeping count? There's a lot. Oh my god. How do I even do it? I gotta go to my YouTube channel. You're gonna be hearing Mischievous Frog the whole time. Okay, memberships? No, membership gifting. Oh my gosh. That's crazy, Roki. That 50 members is $250 plus tax. You're way too generous, my friend. Thank you so much. But we're giving it back to the community right now. Mischievous Hog. I saw his Mischievous Hog at the urinal. It's been evading me all night. Oh my god. Oh my glob. Roki did 90. Alright. Well then, here we go again. Womp. Holy schmucks. There's another 50. Let's get the train going, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my lord. Was it pink? I think it was frostbitten. From icy popsicle breath. Sorry. Alright. Plans for October? What's up, bro? Oh yeah. I'm gonna be getting pumpkin spice. He then led him around to us to see, and then told me that was the boy he'd supposedly thrown down the well in this very aggressive, accusatory way. Now my boyfriend said quietly, "See, I told you everything'd be fine." Like in a very comforting kind of way, but things were not fine, because the kid that I'd seen had blonde, curly hair, and the kid in front of us had dark hair that was closely cut. Now I started getting more and more frantic as I explained how it wasn't the same kid, and the deputy tried telling me maybe it was the sun catching his hair that made it look like it was blonde. Now having them trying to make me feel like I was crazy made me want to scream, but I knew that was the last thing that had helped my case. So instead, I tried asking if there was anyone else I could talk to because I didn't feel like they were being very helpful. And then while me and the deputy were talking, the sheriff asked my boyfriend if they could talk in private. A few minutes later, my boyfriend comes back saying we need to leave. The sheriff had basically asked if I was crazy or not when my boyfriend said no, He told me to get out of town before I was arrested on charges of public disturbance. Now, they couldn't have been people just rolling. Jackson with the 7. Thank you, Jackson. Appreciate you, dude. Very kind. Thank you. It's clogging the chat. That's funny. Can I do a whisper video? I think I do have some ASMR stuff on my bonus content stuff. I guess a boyfriend roleplay is probably in... Would I tell you guys if I got a girlfriend? No. But there would be signs. Such as me farting more. Boyfriend roleplay? Question mark? That'd be really funny. What does one even say? Boyfriends are like, shut up! Shut up! Shut the fuck up! God, just shut up! Oh my God, shut up about Trump! Shut the fuck up about Trump! Oh my God, shut up! One of the Latinas got missing. That's the sign. They couldn't have people just rolling into town, throwing around accusations and dirtying a good man's name. So unless we had any other official business to attend to, we were to leave immediately or face arrest. Now by that point, I actually wanted to leave. I had this horrible creeping feeling that something dark was going on in that area. But whatever it was, I did not sticking around. I was not sticking around to find out. Let me tell you that. We had to turn tail and leave. This is art. This is Art Landry. I had this horrible creeping feeling that someone dark was going on. Someone dark. Cocksucking fucking son of a bitch. Boyfriend ASMR. So, who you texting? Who you texting? Who the fuck are you? Give it to me. Give it. Oh, your brother, huh? Your brother. Huh? Oh, it's just your brother, huh? Or did you change the name of the contact in the profile picture to look like the brother of you? And you're actually cheating on me with Dale Dinkelberger down at the poop store that you work at, that I met you at, that I briefly worked at for a weekend because I was bored and needed the help. Just kidding. Let's go get Taco Bell. Life after my twin flame died with the 20 says, hi, I'm Stacy, I'm 53, I feel 30. Just remember, life is too short. Always find time to stop and smell the roses and laugh like it's your last time. Much love and respect. Namaste, SJ. Thank you, SJ. Appreciate you. And you're absolutely right. That's all you can do every moment. Appreciate it. Yeah, Del Taco is fine too. Why would I fart more when I have a girlfriend? That's what do you think attracted her in the first place? If you're not attracted to the negative sense of your significant other, are you really even supposed to be together? If you ain't ready to sniff ass, what's the point? It's a love language. I had this horrible creeping feeling that something dark was going on in that small town. But whatever it was, neither of us were getting to the bottom of it while in the parking lot of that damn diner. I faked an apology to that farmer and his grandson, whoever the poor kid was. And then the second we were back on the road and I had some reception, I called the Iowa State Patrol to report the whole thing. I told them that I thought something messed up was going on over in that town, specifically on the farm of one Art Landry, but they got back to me saying that there was nothing to it. I then went through the whole complaints process, saying that I didn't think my report was being handled properly, but again they got back to me saying they'd done everything they could, but there was still nothing to report. But I know what I saw. I'd never had any kind of hallucinations before or since. I don't need glasses, and no, I'm not crazy. I'm gonna be real with you. I think she's a crazy bitch, Your Honor. And she full of shit. The defense rests his case. Peace. Boyfriend ASMR minus the farts. Listen, it's gonna say boyfriend ASMR, and in parentheses it's gonna say farts in all capitals. And if you can't handle that, then I don't know. Maybe you're only really cut out for early access $1 a month Patreon. That voice sounds exactly like my roommate's dad. That's what he would talk about. Mom always says it's better to maintain a little mystery. I didn't fart in front of my husband for 18 years except once at 9 months pregnant. For real? What? That's a lot of mystery build up, bro. I feel like you weren't even pregnant. It was just like fucking stink gas in there, holding that shit in. Am I offended when women fart? I mean, I'm just saying maybe they should maintain a little mystery. You know what I'm saying? You know, keep it on the low. Maybe have like a vacuum cleaner ready, just like right connected to the asshole. Every time they let one loose, it just sucks it immediately up. Nobody knows what I'm saying. What's up, Jade? How art thou? Let me know if you get one of the 9,000 gifters from Roki. Holy shit, Roki, thank you so much. We're gonna have to cap it. We're gonna have to cap it. Rap-a-tap-tap and cap. But seriously, it's very, very kind. Every name in here will be green. Every knee will bow. Revelations 69:420. Every name will be green and have access to bonus content except Jade's. And Chris. Rookie is a baller, bro. Straight hoopin'. Okay. Story number 4, by the way. BT dubs. I got some sparkling water right here, though. Delicious. Delicious CO2. We got 2 more left, including this one. So, I grew up in a little place called Medicine Bow, Wyoming. We're probably most famous for being the not-so-final resting place of Dippy the dinosaur, whose skeleton now resides in the Natural History Museum over in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now, there's some hot springs just outside of town, and Butch Cassidy robbed a train just a couple of miles away on the first cross-country railroad. But aside from that, there's not much here aside from dust, gravel, trees, and some trailers. I was raised by a single mom, and while words like strict and rules didn't seem to be in her vocabulary, there was one thing she told me to never, ever do. And that was to never go near the house of old Bob Barnes. So Bob lived in a trailer right on the edge of town, and he made his living going through other people's trash to find stuff he could either sell or turn into something he could sell. And he only ever did it at night too, but even when people did catch him, half of them were too scared to even say anything on account of the fact that he actually killed someone and got away with it. Mom told me he was a monster, and that the kid that he'd killed had been a close friend of hers in high school. And that's all she ever told me about it though, and I figured it was just because it was too much hurt to talk about. Over the years, I learned bits and pieces here and there about Bob's life and the murder he said he had to get it. How do you distinguish which accounts are subscribed to premium access? Do you mean like there's members and... Because I mean the green names are members, if that's what you mean. But if you mean premium, like YouTube premium, I think that's like something separate. Damn, Chris, make sure you turn on your something in your Google account to allow for like gifters and that kind of thing. You made a match. Okay, I'm gonna match, and then we're done. So no more gifters. No more. Mischievous frog. Mischievous frogger. Okay. I'm going to show support to Let's Read. I'm going to gift him some memberships for $9,000. That is crazy, though. And Roki gave one more to Jeshua Thiessen. And I matched it. Boom. Who got it? Who got it? You've been listening for almost 10 years. That's freaking crazy. I can't believe I've even been on YouTube 10 years. What am I doing? Should I do something else? Is there like anything else for me to do? Bro, I wondered for months why I never got a membership gifted. Why the hell do I have to turn that on? I don't know, you think it would be automatic. Maybe people didn't want to like... Yeah. The only thing left to do is boyfriend ASMR. How do you turn on the acceptance thing? Let me check. I actually don't know. How to receive gifted memberships on YouPoop. Te amo. Voice acting. Yeah. Hopefully. Something. I don't know. We shall see. Do what I do best. That's true too. Okay, so make sure you're eligible. Gifted memberships can only receive on channels that have channel memberships enabled. You must be subscribed to the channel to receive a gifted membership. Turn on gifted memberships for the channel. Go to the live stream or video premiere where gifting is happening. In the chat, look for the allow gifts option, sometimes shown when someone gifts memberships. Click allow gifts to enable receiving them on the channel. Once turned on, it stays enabled for future streams on that channel. Really? Is that where you do it? It's just like, it's not like within your Google settings. YouTube uses an algorithm to decide who gets a gifted membership. It favors active participants, those who watch often, like, chat, or engage with the channel. You cannot choose to receive from a specific gifter. It's random among those who allowed gifts. Check if you got one. If you're gifted, you'll see a notification in a chat or an email from YouTube. You can also check under purchases and memberships if in your YouTube account settings. Honestly, yeah, if you guys all joined my gym, the gym would be saved. My gym business, yeah. But at the same time, I'm like, that would probably not be a great idea to be like, hey guys, this is where I live and exist. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know it would be chill, I guess, but it also might not be chill. You never know. Just finished a D&D sesh. What's up? What is up, Zella? What? Were you a golden bard? A severed squealer? That was what I was in D&D. Gym clothing. It is clothing optional gym. It's a heated sauna the whole way through. Do you ever get stories that are obviously fake? You compile them into a video. Who knows, dude? Probably every single Juan. Just made up by... Written by Roki. Peebles, welcome back. For 4 months. Woo, 4 months, although I've been listening for years. Thank you, Peebles. Appreciate you. Work out, smoke, you read some cool stories, then work out again. Sounds chill. Yeah, dude. That's the life. A gym with hidden cameras. Just everywhere. The most surveilled gym of all time. Why is there one in the toilet? Just in case it gets clogged. How did I discover I was good at this? Honestly, I have no idea. I just wanted to do YouTube, and then I thought reading was kind of like unique, like nobody really did it on there. And then I come to find out that there was a whole creepypasta community, so I just like kept trying to do what they did, trying to just like sound spooky and shit. And then it just kept going and kind of worked out, you know what I mean? Life after my twin flame. Welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. For some reason I imagine you look like a clean-shaven version of Carl Urban. Carlton from Fresh Prince. Yeah, how's Mr. Nightmare doing? Is his videos lit? Who's got the better stories, me or Mr. Slim? Have you always been into spooky stuff? You know, I haven't. I mean, I would always go and see horror movies, but I'm always kind of like a big pussy baby when it comes to scary stuff. You know, I'm like the person in the theater making noises. And, I don't know. Sometimes you just kind of find your place, find your way. Scariest movie I've seen. I remember the most annoying jump scare movie I ever saw was Drag Me to Hell. If you guys remember Drag Me to Hell, it's just like from start to end, it's like they try so hard to just do nonstop jump scares to the point where you're like desensitized by it, but it's also just kind of annoying, like something like with a loud fucking instrument. When she gets dragged literally to hell. Like Mr. Nightmare, I just think that he should at least add an outro song or something so I know the video's over. I listen while I work. Yeah, I think like he is smart in the sense that he gets right into the stories and gets you out, and it's like right to the next one, so you get like maximum watch time percentage or whatever the fuck. Did you watch The Order yet? No, I haven't. I did buy a graphic novel called From Hell. I don't know what it's about though. I heard it was good. I'm gonna read that here at some point. Was Drag Me to Hell's slasher. It was basically about like gypsies and demons and shit like that, you know what I mean? And it's from like Sam Raimi, I do believe. What happened to Corpse Husband? I think he ascended to heaven. He was raptured. Over the years, I learned bits and pieces here and there about Bob's life and the murder he was said to have gotten away with. I learned about... I learned he fought in Vietnam, that he volunteered for it too, but that after he came home again, he just sort of but couldn't go back to normal. He moved his trailer right out near East Allen Lake, and people said never to go round to the north side at night because old Bob would most likely be out there shooting ground. Sonomi, what's up, dude? He moved his trailer right out there near East Allen Lake, and people said never to go round to the north side at night because old Bob would most likely be out there shooting squirrels for the next night's dinner. Don't want him mistaking you for a squirrel now, do we? The older people would say, with that look in their eye that said that they were serious. But now everyone acted like they were scared of him, and some folks seemed to even sort of pity him. Now remember, I was hanging out with a buddy of mine when we were both about 14, and his mom was giving us a ride someplace when he brought up old Bob. My buddy's talking about him like he's the boogeyman, but all his mom had to say was about him. Yuji, what's up, dude? How's it going? How's it going? Deliver Us from Hell, walked out thrice. Really? What was that about? Was it really that scary? Sammy Rammy. Have you seen Sinners? I didn't make it very far into Sinners, I'll be honest with you. Where did I even get to? I think vaguely recall watching the part where some guy gets shot in the ass or something from stealing from him or something. I don't know. I just something about the acting and it felt really cringy. Nothing against Jordan B. Peterson or whatever his name is, but something about it felt like he was trying way too hard to be whatever character he wanted to be. I don't know. It just felt strange and I got bored. Michael B. Jordan. There we go. Yeah, not Jordan B. Hey guys, I'm killing vampires out here. Children of the Corn. I have not seen that movie, no. I heard that one's pretty spooky. Just found out my boyfriend is looking up local peep shows and hookup websites. Ugh, I hate my life. Damn, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. Isn't it crazy? If someone doesn't want to be with people, why don't they just talk about it, you know? Do you like Josh Allen's wife, Haley Steinfeld? Well, now I gotta look up this. Josh Allen's wife, Haley Steinfeld. Is she is she important or something like that? Josh, oh, she's an actress. What is she in? She looks oddly familiar. True Grit. Oh, I remember her in True Grit. That's crazy. That's the little girl from True Grit now. Wild. The Pitch Perfect series, The Edge of 17, Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU, Kate Bishop, Hawkeye, and the Disney Plus Hawkeye series, a role that she inspired out of the project. Voice acting, she lent her voice as Gwen Stacy, Spider-Woman, and the Amanda Spider. Yeah, dude, that was awesome. Wait a second. Question. In the more recent Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse movies, yeah, Across the Spider-Verse one that was animated, wasn't the voice actor for that I just remember seeing clips where he was kind of overtly creepy to the, Gwen character's voice actor. So, do you guys recall this clip? I don't know, it was just very strange. He was very kind of touchy-feely-esque. It was Pedro Pascal. I don't know. That was just something I vaguely recall seeing. The new Anaconda with Jack Black looks goofy, not digging it. Yeah, as soon as I heard Anaconda Jack Black, it's yeah, but he's I am an anaconda hunter. I love big snakes. Oh, I'm gonna be wrestling and tasseling. And he's just God, dude, do we need to shitify every fucking old series and then bring it back from the dead with Jack Black? Jack Black does not fucking belong in a sort of borderline science fiction monster movie. Unless it's like actually serious and he gets killed in the first one and the eyeballs pop out. Or they squeeze him so hard that his like gut explodes. I don't watch anything with Jack Black, The Rock, Kevin Hart, or Gal Gadot. That's fair, dude. I don't blame you. All, like, some of the mainstream shit is just... I mean, it's fine. Like, I enjoy Jack Black, because I love Jack Black's old movies. And I did like the Minecraft one, and, you know, Mario, all that kind of shit. But there's just some shit that, like, you don't need to pigeonhole him into fucking every role just cause. Because I think I saw Jack Black in like an episode of Star Wars, where him and Lizzo like king and queen of something, and it's just like, are you fucking serious? Like, do you take your serious, like, honestly, in many ways, like, that's like the most sacrilegious shit ever. Like, most of the people that are in Star Wars are supposed to be pretty serious. You're supposed to like maybe not recognize them a little bit. I don't even know. But yeah, it was like fucking watching Nacho Libre. Or like School of Rock. I don't think I've ever seen School of Rock all the way through. I should watch it though. You don't want to be in a relationship ever again. You just want to be happy. Yeah, is that it? Is that the key to happiness, do you think? Just never settling down with anybody and just living your life individually? Justin Balas with a 5 says, Jack Black in the emergency room with third-degree yearns. He's gonna rub his belly all over you till you're completely shorn. And Kong Skull Island, Jack Black was amazing. He fitted that role. I do believe that too. I do believe Kong Skull Island with Jack Black was good. I thought, because it was back then, he was always just a comedy guy, right? And then doing that role, you know, in 2008 or whenever the fuck it was, 2007, I was like, holy shit, Jack Black's doing great as this, you know. But now, since he's like kind of like the tippity top of whatever the fuck Hollywood is now, it's like, I get it. He's going to sit there and fill all the roles that just sort of need to be filled because Hollywood needs to make another $1 billion. You want to see Tim Robinson? Yeah. Like seeing Jack Black in Anaconda is like seeing Tim Robinson in Titanic. You know what I mean? My buddy's talking about him like he's the boogeyman, but all his mom had to say about him was basically, poor man, all he wants is to be left alone. Now my buddy's like, Mom, he killed someone. And you saw this weird switch in her, like she was putting on a mask as she said, that he did, and you better stay the heck away from his trailer, young man. And it was like we'd, I don't know, caught her out on something. I just wouldn't fully understand what that thing was until a few years later. And by the time I was 17, old Bob was definitely the devil to me. One night, my mom had gotten drunk and told me the story of how Bob killed her friend. She wasn't like an alcoholic or anything, she just liked to have a few wine coolers on a Friday night while watching Dallas and Falcon Crest. But that one night, I got home from a friend's place to find her all teary-eyed while looking at old pictures of herself and her high school friends, including the kid old Bob had apparently murdered. She told me how they used to hang out in school and sometimes outside of school too, since two mutual friends were dating. And she said aside from partying a little too much, he was a good guy and didn't deserve to die in such a way or at such a young age. He'd been drinking out near that lake with a couple of friends when he wandered off to... Oh, that's funny. Wait, did it catch up? Finally. That's crazy. Joel, please tell me Mr. Bond didn't turn evil and cancel your amazing podcast out of spite. It's so weird that your podcast redacted late night expo seem to got access. No, he definitely, it's nothing against him at all. I mean, unfortunately, and I don't fully understand the exact sort of corporate ladder type thing, but it's, he's sort of, in my interpretation, like the face of, a production company that exists as underneath the umbrella of like Wandery, which is in the umbrella of like Amazon and all that kind of stuff. So like a lot of those decisions are definitively not his. And yeah, there's some shifting that goes on in the background and those types of things, whether it's financial or whatever it might be, and sometimes there's issues with contracts and all that kind of stuff, and it just is what it is. No worries. I've ever been married now. Some people say I technically avoided my statistical first divorce, so I guess I'm doing okay there. What a twist. What a twist. Stupido, yeah. It was a good show. I genuinely did like how it would sound after it's all said and done. It just felt like a fun, adventure, you know what I mean? Amazon ended Wandery completely. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I mean, who knows, No need to be upset at all. Okay. He'd been drinking out near that lake with a couple of friends when he wandered off to take a leak in the bushes. And that's when he sees someone walking through the shrubs carrying what looked like a little kid over their shoulder. Mom's friend yelled something at the guy, who starts running off with this kid over their shoulder, so he and his buddies decide to give chase. And then once they caught up with the guy, and with Mom's friend at the lead, the guy drops the kid, spins around, and lights Mom's friend up like a bang, 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 bang. And the poor guy was dead before he hit the dirt. And while the kid they rescued was taken to the hospital, she ended up passing away because she had a massive dose of tranquilizers in her system, and it damaged her organs or something quite terrible like that. I'm trying to decide what dance to learn for my next set of cardio either. It's gonna be K-pop. It's gonna be K-pop. You know what's so funny? It's crazy to just think TikTok brought back the mainstream presence of choreographed dance within just media in general. And honestly, I have no issue with that. I feel like it's kind of cringe, right? Just seeing people, you're trying to enjoy yourself at the park and someone's set up a camera to do a dance with their friends. But at the same time, you're well, at least they're having fun, And it's not something weird, like inhaling helium or something. Well, I guess they did that too, the galaxy gas shit. You'd love a podcast where I was just kind of bantering back and forth with someone. That'd be fun. I do kind of worry that if I ever talked about specific... Well, you know what would be fun, actually, is movie reviews. Like a movie review podcast where me and a friend watch a movie and then we come together and just talk about it with we could call this podcast Heavy Spoilers. No, someone probably already has that name. You can't create cold but absence of thermal energy. You can't create darkness but an absence of thermal visual radiation. Also, farts are kind of funny. Hell yeah, dude. All the laws of the universe. Future husband's gonna have to be more interesting than you find yourself. That's fair. I think that's fair because you're very familiar with yourself, right? We all are familiar with ourselves. You kind of want someone that's outside of your realm. Do you watch any other scary story YouTubers? I do not, no. Nothing against anybody. I just don't really care about horror stuff at all sometimes. At least, I'll watch horror movies, but I don't give a fuck about true crime or all that kind of... I mean, I do care about it in the sense that I do it, but I'm not, like, going out of my way to hear about somebody's, like, having their butthole sawed open, you know what I mean? Do I watch YouTube in general? Yeah, I do. I watch a lot of, like, just listening to people talk about shit. What's even on YouTube? Just anything and everything. Just click it and I put it on the background of my phone and go do my other shit. If you want to go out there and do crimes, that's up to you. Favorite channel? I don't know. I have no idea, honestly. I feel like I don't even watch anybody specific enough to, like, determine a favorite. Nor... I don't know. What do you guys... Who do you guys like? What do you think about Bailey Sarian? I'll be honest with you. I know Bailey. Like, I think I would know her face if I saw it. But I know she does true crime. I know she does makeup, I think. And I would know if I saw her face, but I can't say I watch her, you know what I mean, to, like, be super familioso. Would you ever, perhaps one day, maybe? I mean, we can try. Who's my favorite person? Maybe, like, Norm Macdonald or something. He was pretty funny. Saturn Soul's a good one, though. And the poor guy was dead before he hit the dirt. And while the kid they rescued was taken to the hospital, she ended up passing away because she had a massive dose of tranquilizers in her system, and it damaged her organs. All the kids that were hanging out at the lake that night said it was old Bob that shot Mom's friend, but then for some reason, he was never arrested and never went to jail. And it finally made total sense to me why everyone either feared or hated him. Maybe my buddy's mom just didn't know the full story, and that's why she said that weird thing about that poor man. But I did, and as the months went by, all this hatred for him was festering away until finally, I decided I was going to do something about it. I had already told my friends about the whole thing, so they knew how much I hated old Bob for having saddled my mom with this lifelong trauma. But it wasn't until we were sitting around the campfire one night that I brought up the prospect of doing something. One of my buddies had asked his dad about this little kid who died from the OD, and he'd confirmed that that was true. People didn't like to talk about it, as you never knew when the girl's mom would show up behind you in a store or whatever, but the whole thing that differed from the story he heard was that the kid had shown up in town and hadn't been found near the lake. That little detail didn't matter to us, though. It didn't matter to me, anyway. The story was still basically the same, and old Bob still needed to pay for what he'd done all those years before. So I hatched the plan with my buddies that night. I was gonna hike out to his trailer in the middle of the night, watch it for a while to make sure that no one was up. I love the fact that you don't actually like true crime horror stuff even though you get paid to read related stuff. I know, I don't. Sometimes life is strange. Favorite athlete? Probably Ray Lewis. Or... I ignored my future Latina wife, Sam. What did I didn't ignore Sam, did I? Sam, what did you say? How do we get him to sing the K-pop? The K-poop demon. So are K-pop bands, are they slaves in Korea? Is that what that is? Like you're forced into it from a young age? What would a date with me be like? He's just talking about shit, you know, eating fucking nachos. I thought you were gonna say someone, the Steelers or Eagles. Well, yeah, Saquon's fucking insane, right? Saquon's, in the modern era, like Saquon Barkley is just a freak athlete. So I just love watching him because I love his acceleration. Like, he's got patience, vision where he wants to go, agility. His acceleration is like unlike anybody I'd ever seen. Like, to be able to get from like 0 to top speed in such a short period of time. He's really powerful, but like he keeps himself healthy by not like, sometimes he fucking pops people. I don't know. Sometimes it blows my mind how like you can have that well of a rounded running back. You know what I mean? And he can catch. I don't see him catch too often, but he can do it. Their diets are insane and they have to be very PR trained. Who are you talking about? Sorry. Oh, the K-pop people. My Little Soda Pop. I remember that song from the K-Poop Demon Hunter. My Little Soda Pop. Lyrics. Do I have to read them in Korean? Hey, 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 hey. Don't want you, need you. Yeah, I need you to fill me up in my ass. Got a feeling that, oh yeah, you could be that everything that I need. Taste so sweet. Every sip makes me want more. Yeah. Looking like snacks, cause you got it like that. Woo! Take a big bite, want another bite, yeah. When you're in my arms, I told you so tight. Can't let go, no, not tonight. And that's just a little sample of what's to come. All my idols, the Saja boys. First date, would you rather run or hide? Hey everyone, just got home from work. I cooked for the Toronto Raptors all night. That's fun. I get to cook them like personal meals. Where do I get the animations I use for vids? That's from Robin Mikalsen. He's a master 3D animator / sculptor / beast genius. I was gonna hike out to this trail, and so I hatched the plan with my buddies that night. I was gonna hike out to his trailer in the middle of the night, watch it for a while to make sure no one was up and moving around, and then I was gonna set it on fire. Yes, I know, dumb idea. I could have killed the guy, but at the time and in my head, I was gonna set his trailer on fire, and then as I was running off, he was gonna wake up, run out, and stand there, mad, before having to move someplace else. But I was incredibly young and incredibly dumb, so things didn't quite go down like that at all. And it took a little while before I felt brave enough to siphon the gas that I needed to do the job. I didn't have any money, like at all, so I ended up stealing a can of paint thinner from our school's art supplies. And then one Friday night, after hanging my buddies around, The Big Bang Theory, the Big Bang Theory. Welcome to the Big Bang Theory. I feel bad. I feel like do you guys remember Christy O'Brien? She's Irish. Just kidding, but I feel like last time I was like, she left in a bit of a huff. And I feel like I was mean to her, but I don't think I was mean. So if you see her, tell her I'm sorry. Sorry if I huffed and puffed and blew the whole fucking house down. She's tough. Okay, cool. You see Nick Bosa is dating Megan Mahoney. They're putting in Mahoney. Let's see. Mahoney. Is she a general in the Israeli army? Megan Mahoney. What? What? America basketball player? He wants to make some beast kids. I can't quite find Bosa. Oh, she's a country singer. Tomahawk steaks. Oh my god. That's crazy. It's a small snack for them. Oh, Megan Maroney. Okay. Let's see, you got that mixed up. I want to see every celebrity's date, who they're dating, who they're kissing, who they're texting. I want to know everything about them until I don't like them. Oh. Nice. Jeez. Alright. Well, I do declare. Interesting. This will be going in the archives for later, further research. It's going to be part of my PhD thesis. The law. There's no law with the claw. Then one Friday night, after hanging with my buddies around the campfire like we always did, I lied to them and said that I was headed home when, really, I was headed to Old Bob's place. Now, it took about an hour of walking around the lake to the other side, then once I was within maybe half a mile, I turned off my flashlight and traced the water's edge till I spotted a light coming from Old Bob's trailer in the distance. I stuck to the plan and watched the place for maybe 40 to 45 minutes until the sound of a TV stopped and the dim light I could see went out. I gave it another minute or two, waiting until everything was silent and still, then I took that can of paint thinner from my backpack and started creeping towards Bob's trailer. My heart was pounding by the time I got within a few feet, and the fact that the trailer was still silent had me thinking that I'd crept up totally undetected. But then right as I'm about to pop the lid off my can of that taint thinner. Is your taint too big? If you had a big taint, do you think that would be a deal breaker for some of you guys? Would you date Ice Spice but she was 7 feet tall? Honestly, that would be the only way that I dated her. That'd be a very specific stipulation. She would have to pick me up and spin me on her finger like a basketball. I would get to swim through her afro like a fucking majestic dolphin. Right up your air hole. Introduced my boyfriend to Hocus Pocus in Halloween Town and the non-scary classics. That's so sick. Honestly, just a whole day of those ones sounds fucking perfect. You're adopting a cat. Nice, Laura. Congratulations. Careful. Cats live to be 120 lately. They switched with turtles. What's up, Samira? How we doing? But then right as I'm about to pop the lid off my can of paint thinner, I suddenly hear this loud click to my right that I instantly recognized as a gun, before someone says, "What you got there, boy?" I froze, knowing it was old Bob and that he'd caught me red-handed trying to burn down his place. I didn't know what to say, what was in my hands, because I figured once he knew what was my plan, he'd just blow my brains out. Good, and you? I'm good, honestly. We've been cruising tonight. We've only been going 3 hours, and we're almost done with the 4th story, kind of. Okay. I froze, knowing it was old Bob and that he'd caught me red-handed trying to burn down his place. I didn't want to say what was in my hands because I figured once he knew what my plan was, he'd just blow my brains out without a second thought. And so I didn't say anything. Old Bob then told me to drop what I was carrying. And then when I dropped the can, I saw the beam of a little flashlight hover over it as Bob figured out what I was doing. He told me to turn around because he wanted to see my face before he killed me. But again, my body didn't seem to want to respond. I was shaking by the time he rushed me and spun me around. But when he saw my face, he shoved me away from him so I fell over backwards and then just looked at me for a minute after lowering his gun. I was so scared that even though I wanted to beg him not to kill me, the words wouldn't come out. Then out of the blue, he said my name out loud to confirm it was me. I went from terrified to extremely confused and terrified. He knew my name, and he knew who my mom was too. And then after I confirmed who I was... Okay. Holy shit. They dated. It's his old ex. Anybody got any magic spells? Is this chat in English? I think so. British English. How many stories are we reading? This is story 4 of 5. Oh, my one friend does have magic spells, doesn't he? I always forget about that he's a goddamn witch. But he seems to be quite convinced of, like, crystals and energies and fucking, moon water and shit like that. And I'm like, I don't know. I just want to know why. I never really, that's actually something I never really asked him because, it almost seems like he's, sort of embarrassed by it or something, which I kind of get, but... Hey, Van, what's up, dude? How are you doing? I'm doing good. Oh, fuck. Bending over is not so easy anymore. These old bones. Ever updated us on the Moonwater confrontation? Yeah, I don't know. I just remember, it's good energy, man. It's good energy. And it's like, sure, I don't care. You know what I mean? People have all sorts of religions and shit that are confusing and weird. It's like, Moonwater purifies you of negative energy. But for what? So you can go make better tips or something? I just don't understand. What's the negative energy and what's it doing? He knew my name, and he knew who my mom was too. And then after I confirmed who I was, he told me, I wondered how long it'd be before you showed up. First words out of my mouth that whole time came out as, how'd you know me? And then, God damn it. First words out of my mouth that whole time came out as, how'd you know me? And then after inviting me inside his trailer, old Bob promised to tell me everything I wanted to know. After we sat down in his trailer, he asked what my mom had told me about him. I guess I got a little brave because I told him all about how I hated him from killing. Do I wear wigs? Powdered ones. Lunar-powered rose toy. Oh my god. When will you wear wigs? Just whenever the court is in session. Don't overthink the moon water. Why not? Just drink it. Just leave the water out for the moon. Don't overthink anything. Just do what we tell you. We also have to do moon pantsing, where we take your pants off during the full moon. Don't ask questions. just buy product and get ready for next product. I'm a practicing druid because some part of me wants to appease nature. Also, nature is amazing, but I still go to the doctor. There is a reason medical science is a thing. Did anyone ever figure out how much wood a woodcut chuck actually chuck? I don't think we'll ever know that. I think that's why we're out in nature right now, trying to figure it out. I guess I got a little braver because I told him all about how I hated him for killing my mom's friend. He asked to tell him how I thought it went down, and he just smiled as I told him my mom's version of events. He didn't interrupt at all, but when I was done, he told me, "Okay, kid, this is what really happened." My mom's friend was a very troubled dude growing up, and as much as people tried to help him, he only got worse as he aged into his teens. He was expelled from school for stealing panties out of girls' lockers' rooms. Jesus Christ. Livermore, Pennsylvania? What's that? Spiritual healing for the mental health workers, physical health problems. He was expelled from school for stealing panties out of the girls' locker room. He got in trouble with the cops for supposedly flashing a bunch of middle schoolers, and only got charged with a lesser crime because he claimed he was peeing. And then in the months before he was murdered, he'd been seen talking to kids around town and said he was just playing with them when confronted by their parents. On the night he was murdered, it wasn't old Bob walking near the lake with a kid over his shoulder. It was my mom's friend, and in reality, the whole situation happened in almost complete reverse. Old Bob had been hanging out hunting squirrels as he tended to do, and when he suddenly came across a bunch of drunk teenagers walking by the lake at night, Oh man, Schneider can't take this amount. That's all good, buddy. No worries. Peace out. Also, yeah, ERs are busier on full moons because the moon is bright. People are more confident with more light. I mean, it makes some sense, I guess. I feel like there's got to be some science behind it eventually, like the gravitational force or whatever. Carolina, how we doing? Howdy, howdy. Old Bob had been out hunting squirrels as he tended to do when he suddenly came across a bunch of drunk teenagers walking by the lake at night. It was a full moon, so he could see them clear as day walking through the It was a full moon, so he could see them clear as day walking through the shrubbery, and he follows them to make sure that they're not headed to his trailer for some reason. Old Bob stalking these kids along the edge of the lake, listening to them hooting and hollering and laughing, when he realizes one of them is carrying something over his shoulder, something that looks scarily like a kid, with long glossy hair that shined in the moonlight. Old Bob closes the distance a little more, and here's the group of kids planning to do. Oh, okay. Claudette Bruyere, welcome to the Buttersaw Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. I think people would want Dark Nights to cover for crimes and activities. Oh yeah, you do. Yeah, do those nights to go nuts. So much room for activities. What's up, Fedora? It's tarot card time. Oh my god, be careful. You're doing tarot cards and choreographed dance. Oh, dude, I got an idea for like a TikTok trend. It's like, yeah, a tarot dance, right? But it's got to be like some, one of the songs that's like popular at the time. I'm sure it would be specific to its thing, but it would be like, dan and then as you do the move, like it's like, you hit the move, all of a sudden a projection of the tarot card symbol sort of materializes, but like shoots at the audience. Like it's like, doof. You can like hear the energy, like, doof, like it comes out. But you almost have to do the move that's like in the shape of the tarot card, and then it like obviously is on beat with the song, but it's doof, like shoots at them. You know what I'm talking about? Can anybody make this happen? This is a tarot card K-pop demon hunter dance. A parrot reading. That'd actually be good. A parrot that can just like read tarot cards. It's missing the meat and potatoes. Like the Matrix. A little bit. But do you remember that like Dan Heitzel, what's his name? It's like, he's big. Cocky one, boing boing, you know that guy, Dan something. I just remember one time he did like virtual forgiveness, like dressed up as like a father, priest or whatever. And he would do like the hand signal, like, you are forgiven. And it'd be like, doof, like shoot at you. But it'd be kind of like something like that, but with like the shape and outline of like a tarot card thing. The magic game where the magic is voice activated. I'm not familiar. Did anyone ever find out who let the dogs out? Good question. Old Bob closes the distance a little more, and here's the group of kids planning to do something awful with what he realizes was an unconscious child. Then as soon as he heard that, Bob flicked on his flashlight and tells him to drop the child. The guy carrying the kid was my mom's old high school friend, but instead of dropping the kid and running, he pulls out a knife and is halfway to driving into the kid's chest. Halfway to... Jesus, what are they going to sacrifice the fucking kid? He pulls out a knife and is halfway to driving it into the kid's chest when old Bob puts a couple of .22s through his chest and drops him dead. Bob said he didn't get a good look at the kid who ran off, but at least one of them was almost certainly a girl. He then picks up the unconscious kid, walks her all the way into town, and then drops her off at the old gas station and... Ask how old I am. I'm 35. What if Joel is the real life Joe Goldberg? Who's Joe Goldberg? He sounds scary. Joe Goldberg. Oh yeah, people said I sound like him from the show You. Joel Senpai. Joel Bergington. Joelberg. He then picks up the unconscious kid, walks her all the way into town, and then drops her off at the old gas station where a clerk was on the night shift. The clerk then calls 911, but Bob didn't stick around. He just told the clerk that there was a body out near the lake and that the cops should stop by old. The clerk called 911, but Bob didn't stick around. He just told the clerk that there was a body out near the lake and that the cops should stop by Robert Barnes' place because he's the one who did it. The cops stopped by... Dude, I can't make it through a motherfucking more than like one paragraph. Holy crap. Can I please say, hello, you? 35 is a young Gen Z. Nah, I'm pretty much in the hardcore cringe millennial category. Cringe. I'm about to get my derp on. Your Honor, Deferk. The fuck are you doing, your earner? Most of quantum physics make no actual sense outside of a mathematical context. Everything that puts it into terms people can't understand it. Like, it's sort of like this, but it's nothing like this. How, did they figure that shit out? What the hell? Are they a bunch of demons or something? Do we gotta kill them? It's giving Jimmy Charles. It's giving Jim Chuck, Your Honor. Why is millennial cringe? No, it's like, we've talked about this before, but there's like sort of like a thing on social media called like millennial core, and it's basically selecting the most cringe aspects of like the 2008s to like 2000, I don't know, 14 or something, like era of the internet. And little do they realize, the people that they're actually selecting as their sample study for millennials are all of our autistic people from that time frame. So, they're just a little bit silly, a little bit goofy goobers, you know what I'm saying? They just really like making Jim Carrey faces. Wow, I wouldn't even thought of that. Favorite Pleistocene animal was, I call it, no. He then picks up the unconscious kid, walks her all the way into town, then drops her off at the old gas station where a clerk was on the night shift. The clerk called 911, but Bob didn't stick around. He just told the clerk that there was a body out near the lake and the cops should stop by old Robert Barnes' place because he's the one who did it. The cops stop by the very next morning and take Bob into custody, but his story checks out, and the missing girl's parents were too relieved to have her home to do anything but thank him. And to them, Bob was a hero, but according to him, he sure didn't feel like one. When he got back from Vietnam, Bob promised himself he'd never hurt another human being as long as he lived, and that was half the reason he lived out in the sticks. If he'd been able to save that girl's life, it might have made it all worth it. But she was probably already dying from that tranquilizer OD from the moment he first saw her, so all killing Mom's friend did would help. Wait, did the girl die? Oh yeah, she OD'd and died, right? Do I like Friends, the show? I don't like Friends, honestly. I mean, I would probably watch it now and just kind of like ease into it, you know what I mean? I like Smiling Friends. I think Smiling Friends is a good show. Am I a stoner? I am not a stoner. I've smoked weed, and from time to time, but just not really my thing. I don't have anything. My one buddy smokes like 3 or 4 dabs a day. He wakes up, hits his dab, then he goes to work, he has his pen with him, he finishes work, he hits his Bunsen burner ass dab, and then he, and then before bed he hits a giant ass dab. But it's like one of those like giant fucking bong ones that, oh my god, it's like the thickest smoke of all time. It's terrifying. Video James. Why is the Ballin show Twist of History gone? I think they diverted all funds to making a boyfriend ASMR sort of like content pipeline. So all shows are going to be focused on that from now on. But she was probably already dying from the trank OD from the moment he first saw her. So all killing Mom's friend did was help a sick individual escape justice for his crimes. But what made him sick to his stomach, and made it feel like double the waste, was how the others got away with it. That was the reason he stayed away from town, because he couldn't stand being around the grown-ups' version of the little monsters who got away with ending that girl's life. He didn't know exactly who they were, but he figured there was a pretty good chance my mom was one of them. Bob said he didn't care if he believed him or not, if I believed him. Oh, can I whistle? I'm gonna wet my whistle first. I'm a fucking ghost, man. Boom. Dunzo. Heard beard scratches. I will find an old snack in here. I somehow got fatter once I started smoking weed. That's annoying. My appetite was supposed to calm down. I get worse. Ugh. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough, man. It's the neck beard. What's that thing called? The home run? Take a shot, take a rip, chug a beer, then exhale. Oh my god, that'd be terrifying. Okay, where the fuck was I? Oh yeah. Bob said he didn't care if I believed him or not. He just wanted me to do him one favor. Go home, tell my mom what he just told me, then look her dead in the eye after asking if it's all true or not. Well, I did exactly that, and while it's best not to describe blow for blow how that little exchange went down, let's just say our relationship has never recovered, and she's the reason I haven't been back to Wyoming in almost 20 years now. Can you do the whistle where you grab your bottom lip? I don't know how to describe it, but it's a loud whistle. Grab my bottom lip. I don't know if I've ever done that one. No. Fuck. I can't do it, man. I'm screwed. I'm gonna go to hell. I tell every little kid that. I say, if you can't whistle, you're going to hell. And that gets them to listen. Alright. Guys, I'm got one more story left in the tank here. But I'm gonna go grab some water and some magnesium. And then BRB. See you in a bit. do 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 do. What's your favorite part of the song? What's my fantasy pet? The most dangerous game. You. I was asking about the cigs because one time I found a new unopened pack of cigs when I was walking home from school one day, and I kept it, but never did anything with it. Oh, nice. Too pure of spirit to even puff on one. I sound good. Thanks, dude. I'm trying. We've got the tippity-top audio quality here at the Let's Read podcast. Reverse mermaid. Reverse mermaid is just me fishing. Me catching trout with those big waders up to my crotch. Alright, friends and ladies and gentle friends. You know how like on like dating websites there's like the guys always have the picture of their, like they caught a fish. Check it out. Here's my fishing and hunting pictures. Wouldn't it be sick if they had like some actually like interesting creatures they've caught, like a fucking 30-foot great white, and they're standing next to that shit? I feel like you couldn't say no to you couldn't swipe left on a guy like that, who just literally probably saved a small vessel's life. It's the one dragon thing called The Never-Ending Story. Bad dragon? Hey, see you, Carolina. Take care. Lake fishing is the best, in my opinion. So chill. That does sound nice. Are you like out in a boat, or are you just on a dock? But also, lake fishing usually means loons are following your fish and gonna steal. Dude, loons are crazy, man. The sound they make. I remember hearing one in like upstate New York. Actually, it's crazy. Okay, guys, last story of the night. Also, you gotta think of something what we're gonna say funny at the end. My dad used to work for the Foreign Office, and he met my mom while working in Peru. My mom's heritage is really important to her, so things like Peruvian food and music were a big part of my childhood growing up. We only visited once when I was a little kid, too, so my late 20s, I decided... Do I really take magnesium? I do, yeah. I forget the brand, but it kind of helps me fall asleep. Hey Joel, have you placed that terrible Overwatch MCU edition recently? Like placed in it, like competitively? I haven't played Overwatch in a many moons age. Thank Christ. Ployed. The Bigfoot email, that's right, Sam, thank you. Okay, I mean, it would make him happy, I imagine. That's kind of why he sent it in, so if I don't read it, it would be a little bit sad. We only visited once when I was a kid, too, so in my late 20s, I decided that I'd fly over to visit relatives and explore my mother country a wee bit. I was driving on this little back road in the middle of nowhere, trying to find the little town my relatives lived in, when I suddenly saw these flashing lights in my rear view. The Peruvian police are pulling me over for some reason, so not wanting to cause trouble, I pulled over fast and got ready to use my very rusty Spanish. But instead of getting out of his car and walking all slowly with his shades on, walking over all slowly. Or is an Overwatch down? They shut the servers off, right? I don't fucking know, dude. I hope so. I hope they just get rid of it forever. It doesn't deserve to exist. Overwatch 2 is still going. 1, I'm sure it's down, but actually talking about the Marvel game that's basically Overwatch, don't remember the name. Yeah, Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is cringe too, because it's just like they keep going back to like triple healer. Like if they would have just designed it where like healers weren't just like heal bots and tanks actually did shit and fucking, you know, the DPS weren't just like complete bullshit. I don't know. They need to completely revamp the system on Marvel Rivals where like healers can actually do some fucking useful damage, and I don't even know. My favorite animal has to be a magical Leopleurodon. What is that? What the hell? What is that thing? But instead of getting out of his car and walking over... I can't fucking read, mate. But instead of getting out of his car and walking over all slowly with his shades on like the Yanks do in the movies, this police officer takes a defensive stance behind his open car door and then starts hailing me over his loudspeaker, telling me to stick my hands out of my window. Immediately, I'm crapping myself, because I've barely seen a gun in real life before, let alone had one pointed in my direction. And then as I'm shouting at this policeman that I'm unarmed and terrified, he's acting like I'm some hardened criminal, telling me to shut my mouth as he slowly approaches my window. He's got his gun right in my face as he's trying to put cuffs on me one-handed, to the point that one flip of his trigger finger and my brains were going to be decorating the passenger seat. And then as he's doing that, even more police cars start turning up before they literally drag me out of the car and off to jail. Being in that jail cell was probably the single lowest point of my entire life. The police have been throwing around words like murderer, violator, and hurting children. And one even gasped and said, "That's him," as I was led through the station. I was having these daylight waking nightmares about being locked in a foreign country for something I didn't do, which we all... Candy Mountain, a magical Liliopleurdon. I'm so sad right now, you have to look it up. Okay, let's look that up. Liopleurodon. Oh. It exists on Candy Mountain? Damn, dude, that is the Loch Ness Monster, isn't it? Is that what was in the first Jurassic World movie? That thing is pretty sick. God, you can imagine. Do you think it's as, like, they make it really look like a reptile, I feel like, but I almost feel like it would look more, like looking at the fossil, it looks like it just looks like a whale, you know what I mean? Like, what if it's just like some previous existing whale? I don't know. A part of me, like, doesn't think that it was as aggressive as they wanted to make it out to be. And I'm saying that based on no knowledge at all, so I'm probably right. Glizzy Fest. Welcome to Glizzy Fest. As you're like cooking hot dogs in the kitchen. Tells me about Tree Fitty. Which we were made all the worse by the occasional... I was having these daylight waking nightmares about being locked in a foreign country by something. Did I wash my arse today? I did, yeah, actually. Good, thanks for asking. I'd forget if it wasn't for you. I was having these daylight waking nightmares about being locked in a foreign country for something I didn't do, which were made all the worse by the occasional policeman coming to gawp at me through the bars of my cell. I kept trying to tell them that I was British, and that I was the only... Dude, I can't fucking read. I'm going nuts. I kept trying to tell them that I was British, and that I was only there on holiday, but they responded by asking if I thought they were stupid, and to shut my mouth before they shut it for me. Terrible stuff like that. And this goes on for a couple of hours, and I think my life is just over. And then out of the blue, someone unlocks my cell and tells me that there's been a mistake, and I'm suddenly free to go. It was a very surreal experience walking out of that police station. I was shaking like a crapping dog, and the police were a mix of either laughing or... You invited me under false pretense? A succulent, scary story? Just use AI. Dude, I've experimented with some of the AI just to see what it sounds like, and it sounds so fucking bad. It's like, to me, stuff that's still like 95% close, right? Still, to me personally, sounds 100% wrong. Like, if it's not fully human, it just doesn't sound right. And someone will hear it, you know. The reading level of a 5th grader. 6th grade, actually. Just stop by, say hi since I sleep, so I'll rewatch the stream later. Also, cats or dogs? I'd honestly love them both. I do really love dogs, but I do really love cats now too, since I have one. So I'm gonna have to give it to dogs by just like 1 point, maybe a 6 out of 10, and then cats get a 5 out of 10. So out of 11. I was shaking like a chihuahua, but the police were a mix of either laughing or... Oh my gosh, my brain is so dumb. I was shaking like a chihuahua, but the police were a mix of either laughing at the mix-up or apologizing on a scale that did not cover what I'd been through. They acted like they'd ticketed the wrong car, not dragged me into the station at gunpoint, but regardless, I was just glad to be on my way. I was relieved, but I was furious too. I just couldn't show it lest they find a reason to lock me up again. But before I left, they showed me a picture of the man they'd confused me with. He was a violent, wanted criminal, a truly dangerous individual, and looking at his picture was like staring almost into a mirror. Easily the most terrifying experience of my life, and when I asked my relatives if I was entitled to any kind of compensation, they laughed before saying, "No chance." Now, I had an amazing time and I don't regret going, but I also haven't been back to Peru since, and next time, I'm getting my family to pick me up from the bloody airport. What's up, Tea Time? Yeah, you missed all the gifted subs, but sometimes it gifts it to people who aren't even here, so it's kind of like super random. You generated a short story about James Charles and David Attenborough arguing in the rainforest. It's actually pretty decent. See, that's what AI should be used for, because then you can maybe use the voice thing and then the video thing to make it awesome. I deserve all the love. Thanks, Boomsicle. What's up, dude? Jordan, how are you? I'm doing good. I'm chilling. We're almost done here. Should have waited for me. I'm sorry, tea time. I sounded the alarms. I sounded them. Okay. We're going to look up the outro real quick, and then I will read that email again as the outro. It's the most interesting story you've read tonight. Tonight? What do you guys think? We had the shootings in that grocery store, and then the Amish people. I forgot about that, which was really sad. And then that story with the well, I feel like was the most like cinematic in my mind. And then the old Bob Barnes one, I feel like I might start with that just because it's like just very much a story, you know? And then, yeah, I might honestly like do the story with the, or Bob Barnes, or old Bob, or whatever his name is. Robert Barnes. And then, yeah. Good to think about, though. I didn't say it's bomb o'clock. I should have. I'm sorry. Sam, welcome back for 4 months. You're my favorite part of the week, too, or whatever. Thank you. I appreciate it. When I leave here, I go back to being a fucking nerd. A 35-year-old guy who lives with his cat. Let's see. Okay. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday nights. And if you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. Dude, when I choke on spit, man, what the fuck? Have I heard of Tige Karasu? No, what's that? If you got a story, be sure to submit them over to my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember... Alright. Now we gotta go read that email. The email. Bigfoot. His foot is so big. The whole thing. Yeah, screw it. It's funny. Do it for the vine. What's up, Lucina? How we doing? You love Saturn Soul? Thank you. We're trying very hard over there to be too legit to quit. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, the Bigfoot creature that Roger Patterson... The Bigfoot creature that Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin filmed on October 20th, 1967 was real. It was half man and half gorilla. Thousands of years ago, men went to Africa and other places and made love with female gorillas and orangutans. Some of the Bigfoot creatures have dark hair like the gorilla, and some of them have reddish hair like the orangutan. Some of the men that went to Africa and other places were tall, and some of the Bigfoot creatures were tall. Have you ever seen an 8-foot tall gorilla or orangutan? Neither have I. When scientists found the bones, they thought we evolved from primates. When scientists found the bones, they thought we evolved from primates. But it wasn't a natural evolution. It was a man-made evolution. Bigfoot can't save the earth, but we can. Stop overpopulating. I need to make that sound maybe more. Bigfoot can't save the earth, but we can. Stop overpopulating. All right. I don't know. I hope it's a troll, but if it is a schizophrenic person, then hey, they get to participate as well. But anyways, guys, thanks for hanging out. How am I? I'm doing good. It was a good night. We streamed for 4 hours here, so thank you guys for chilling with me. I appreciate you. You guys rock. You make life a lot better. Infinitely better, honestly. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and get this up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. And then I'll get it up on YouTube, same time, same place, Thursday at 9 p.m. EST. Otherwise, friends, I'll probably see you this weekend, Sunday, for another stream. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live on the off chance YouTube doesn't hit the notification bell for you. But yes, do take care, have the sweetest of dreams, and I will see you again soon. Goodbye.